only time I feel good falling is when I'm falling fast and hard for you. The last two digits when I'm calling fade away, but somehow I'll get through. The only time I feel good sinking is when I'm sinking fast and deep for you. You caught me as I was winking. Now I think my winking days are through. Could it be another change to come and rearrange? Why can't you just feel that way? I do. You can't love no one. You can't love something. You can't love nothing. Yourself till you can love yourself. You can love yourself. The only time I feel good falling is when I'm falling fast and hard for you. I can't tell if you are stalling, so if you are, please tell me what to do. The only time I feel good sinking is when I'm sinking fast and deep for you. You caught me when I was winking. Now I think my winking days are through. Could it be another change to come and rearrange?
those endearing young chums that I gaze on so fondly today were to suddenly leave you or fly in the night, just like fairy gifts gone in the sky.
There's a battle ahead, many battles are lost, but you never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world
Yes, it is still September. And it's my birthday next weekend, and I've gone back and forth today on I'm gonna do something, and I'm not doing a fucking thing. It's like I do not have time to plan a stupid party. Fucking love your loading screen. That is all Matt's stupid art. If you do not know Matt's stupid art, that is the guy behind my starting screen and ending screen. Yes, next weekend is kind of wild because I have my birthday, but then I also have Cutie's Gala for the Amazon. I'm like, what the hell am I gonna wear? I don't know. I gotta find something to wear. I have to find an auction item. And then I think I myself am being auctioned off. What are you dressing up? I have no idea. I need to be on theme. I can't just show up and not be on theme. But I'm like, oh my god, that is next weekend. And I don't want something basic. Do you still have the outfit you wore at Alveus? Technically, that's Will's. But yes, I do. But it's supposed to, it's like a fancy schmancy thing. You know? Except, wait, did Will tell you guys what he got for his car? I don't want to spoil it, but I kind of have an idea of what I think I want to dress as, but I need it to be it's like the Met Gala where it's a theme, but you're wearing like a gown too. You're supposed to dress inspired by an animal in the rainforest. Is this the weekend in 2 weeks? Yes. So Thursday, I'm going down to Austin, so I'm gonna be gone this weekend. And then next weekend, it's my birthday on Friday, and then it's the gala to save the rainforest. Just bring an indigenous person like Brando. Wait, what about, apparently Ray and Foosley are going all out. I know! That's why I'm like, I gotta plan this shit, but, I need to show up, okay? Because a Met Gala type of event, that's my shit. That's theater shit. That's camp. They just started playing this weekend. I know, but they have assistants and so much money. It makes it easier to be able to do something last minute and absolutely slay. I'm like, oh my god. They talked about it on the... Okay. Will is going as an animal, is what I'll say. Like, full stop. Full stop. So, I kind of, here's what I'll say. I want to go as... To be in theme with Will, I want to go as Jane Goodall, but I need it to be like a gown. You know what I mean? I can't just have like some stupid Amazon costume. Will it be the return of Fa Shun? Yes, she has been floating around the coast of southern France. But she might make her return. She's very busy. Jane Goodall, but epic slay. Yeah. Today was the first day that I was like, fuck. That is next weekend already. Damn. I gotta get going on this. I gotta get going. You guys sending me ideas? Because at this point too, if I like fun. Yeah, I'm just gonna I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna dress as an old lady. Perfect. IRL stream to find the fit. I know, because I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna order something, it's gotta be fast. Or else, I don't know, like if I find something cool online, it's gonna be like, yeah, it's gonna take a month to get here. Like, I don't have a month. Jen, thank you for a year. Thank you for a year being subscribed to the Coentourage. Oh, also, our cameo is ready. I posted this in the Discord. So we will be watching that. It's finally here. It's 3 minutes and 48 seconds. I was like, wow. Okay. 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Let me just have it pulled up so it's ready to go when we decide to watch it. Not the I know, the AliExpress special. Did we decide? Yes, it is a cameo from Jesus Christ. Yeah, IRL stream to go dress shopping, but I need more than just a dress. It needs to be... It's like a costume and dress. Because it's a gala, but it's themed. Like the Met Gala. It needs to be a, yes, a big-ass statement. So after stream tonight, I'm gonna have to start looking around online just to at least get some ideas. I was kind of thinking a flamingo route, but then given Will's outfit, I'm like, okay, I wonder if I can work something around that would be on the theme with what he's going as. Yes, I will be working on my cameos to those who are still owed a cameo. Sorry, I was gonna do it this weekend and then I was on death's door. But I'll be working on that this week. The gifts and notes is gonna take a little bit longer, but it will happen. Be Nigel Thornberry. Yeah, so a pink flamingo thing could be cool. Like, I could find a big pink dress and then do a headpiece thing. But also... I just got here. I wish there was a rewind button. Nothing else matters except from this point out. Nothing in the past matters. Not even 10 seconds ago. Okay, all right. That's on my list. You know what? I need to write down things that I need to do. Okay. These pages are filled with things that I have not done yet. I have to write things down to try to keep my brain together. Okay. Look for outfit ideas for the gala. The gala. Birthday question mark. Birthday question mark. Truly, I am so beat from Will's birthday weekend that I'm not even excited about the idea of trying to plan my own birthday next Friday. So birthday question mark. What else? Could see you in a sleigh anaconda outfit. Dude, I was thinking about that too, and I did a little bit of research today to see like what's out there. It was bad. So again, I'm gonna either have to get really creative or I don't know. I wish there was a really cool costume, like not a costume store, not like a Halloween Express type place, but one where you could go and rent outfits that would be for something like the Met Gala. It would be very theater kid to just be a tree. It would be. Except I've never been a tree in my life. Are you more towards meme or absolute slaying? I want to slay, but I want it to be on theme. I highly rec this stylist if you need help. She in LA. Oh. Okay. Lake and Carlton. I've kind of thought about getting a stylist, just regardless, to have someone shape up my wardrobe a little bit, because I think I've moved on past my clothes. You know how you kind of look at your closet and you see different eras of where you're like, okay, these are still some things from college. That's gotta go. It's 2023. I'm almost 31. I honestly shouldn't be wearing anything that I still have from college because it was all shit. Ray said she's against going to cover herself in dirt, beside against it, so the idea is up for... Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody else yet. So I don't know what people are... I don't know what direction they're going in. I don't know if they're going meme. I don't know if they'll be... Like, okay, for instance, are they Blake Lively or are they Doja Cat at the Met Gala? She's redone my wardrobe. Yeah, so I kind of want to stylist anyway, but that is low on the list of priorities. I think this is very you. Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay. This is a $5,000 dress, $4,600. It's really cool. I would not get use out of it. I could not justify spending this much money on a dress. It's cool. But that's like, that's out of my budget. I am frugal. So, sort of. Like, I have more money now than I did when I was pretty much in all my 20s, but I still, like, I buy a lot of clothes at the thrift store. First of all, because we have amazing thrift stores in LA. But, I just really like thrifting. That's cool. And it's definitely on theme, but I would need to find a cheaper version. What's the most expensive dress you've ever bought? I mean, my jumpsuit for the Streamer Awards this year was probably the most expensive thing I've bought outside of like a winter coat. Prom? No. I bought my prom dresses for under $100. One of my prom dresses was a wedding dress that was on sale at J. Crew. It didn't look like a wedding dress. It was really pretty, and it was on sale for $65. And then my other prom dress I got for $100. I could wear apple bottom jeans and boots with the fur. Have you seen the people on TikTok that super salute the locations of thrift stores that other people try and gatekeep? That is so annoying to gatekeep shit like that. You know, we encourage people to thrift. Like, if you can, try and thrift over just buying fast fashion or clothes that, you know, you'll wear one time and then end up in the dump. But to gatekeep thrift stores, dumb. Honestly, there's nothing that I will gatekeep. Even if it's a spot that I'm like, fuck, I hope a lot of people don't find out about this. Food places usually. I will never gatekeep shit because that's dumb. This dress is only $30. Oh, great. Now I just have to figure out how to go back in time and be 10. How do I be 10 again? And then that'll work. Thrifts, yeah, subs. Speaking of thrifting, subs are 25% off this month. Peach Stars is, no, Peach is going all out. Yes, I do know that. I do know that she is a special effects artist who is working on something for her. Yeah. She's the only person who I have heard as far as planning something for the gala. You know, I always do this. I'm so last minute, and I know I want to go all out, especially when it's something theatrical, and then I get stressed, and then it usually works out, but it's always starting now, because I'm less than 2 weeks out. I'm like, ugh. And again, I have to go to Austin on Thursday, and I will be down there all weekend doing streams with people. Hassan's been covering the same Trump interview for 5 hours. Oh my god, I was actually just going to start the same interview now. If you're just getting in here, I'm discussing the gala next weekend, the gala for the Amazon. And I don't have anything yet. I knew it was next weekend, but it's also, everything's happening so fast. Everything's happening so fast. Should I just react to Hassan's 5-hour reaction? Yeah. I love the never-ending circle of reactions. And then somebody can react to me reacting to Hassan reacting to Trump. Okay, well, maybe later this week we'll do some more idea thinking. Will, can I tell people what you're going as or no?
No.
Okay. I didn't. Apparently Ray was thinking about going as Dirt, but I guess she's not doing that anymore. The only people I know, Peach Stars is going all out. But I haven't heard anything else. Like, I don't know if people are going meme. I don't know if they're just, I don't know, dressing up and putting a parrot on their shoulder. Yeah, I just show up. That would be sick. What if I rented parrots? What if I rented... No, I would not. I would get my eyes pecked out. Yeah. No, I would not. This is reasonably priced. It's got... Yeah, it's too casual. I think it's gotta be... I like this, but this would be cute for like a beach vacay. I need a gown. I want to wear a gown, but need to be on theme as well. So I need to get cooking. Give Farley a parrot costume? Oh.
Dye him red.
We're not gonna dye him red.
Yeah. Dye Farley red in his snoot.
No.
Like fucking yellow.
We're not dyeing him red. Ray wanted an Iris Van Herpen type dress. Yes. This is insane. If anybody could get one, it would be her. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is like... This is what I need, but I need to do it on a budget and also in 2 weeks. Okay, let me see parrot costumes. That would be so cute. Farley could not come, though. I kind of want to just get him a parrot costume anyway. What about the Bjork swan dress? Yeah, do you think I could get my hands on it? Oh my god! Maybe I'll get him this for Halloween. This is cute. Did she give people enough time for this? Yeah, she sent out the invites. She sent out the invites last month. So you had at least a month, but oops. I have an eyelash under my right eye. I thought I felt something. Yeah, I do. Thank you. I put on fake eyelashes this weekend, so my eyelashes are shedding off right now. Here they are brainstorming. Okay, let me see. I should ask Cutie what she's wearing.
So it's like rainforest themed.
What the
Do you know
heck
what you're
are
gonna
you
wear?
guys gonna wear?
I was gonna wear
Dress in like a
I am going to go all out.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
As
I don't know, but I literally like found out today that I could like go.
oh
So
I just have
like,
no idea.
I have no idea.
Wanna be? You can be like a
Oh, I was like, is that music coming from me?
A bird.
bark.
A
So
bark.
I could be like
Bark?
a bark on a tree.
Tree bark.
Yeah, tree
A
bark.
bug.
A
Bark,
bug,
bark,
a bird,
bark.
some water, like a raindrop,
Some water.
a
You
cloud,
could
Tina's just
Wow.
eating.
a sun.
Plants.
Moose, thank you for the 4 months.
What's going on
leaves.
right now?
We're deciding our outfits
Yeah,
for the
we
gala.
need inspiration.
How do we do it? Could be dirt.
Yeah, no, I think like real dirt or like, you know, and you put it on you.
We're going Met Gala.
Leopard
Like,
print
yes,
ray.
Met Gala, like all out, like glammed dirt mode. I might just do it.
Glam dirt. You may.
Like I want like super glued like pebbles on me, my whole body.
Oh,
Groot.
Oh.
Groot. Oh yeah, Groot. You go
Yeah,
Groot mode.
Groot. Oh my god! And during the interviews, all
All right, they are cooking here.
Oh,
They are
that's
really cooking
genius.
up.
I am Groot, and you just commit to it the whole night.
That is so genius. Then you don't have to stress during the interview.
about interview, yeah, because they're gonna.
You know what I was just thinking would be sick? To do some type of carnival type outfit with tons of feathers and colors and stuff like that. I feel like that could be pretty easy to try and get. Like a really sick carnival outfit. And even if I wasn't dressed as a specific animal, like it would be on theme. You know what I mean? Carnival would be on theme.
Because you know how the Met Gala, they interview everybody? They're gonna do something like that, of course, right? So
Okay, all right. They are they are cooking up some ideas there. They're gonna roll up his trees. Tina's so fucking funny. Tina is one of my fave people that I've met because she is surprisingly the last person at the party. Like you would think that she would listen, there are streamers who like to party and whatnot, but Tina is legitimately the last person at the party, and she'll just be hanging out. Like not going home. When I saw it, we were hanging out on Friday, and I was like, do you want to come back to, I was like, do you want to go to the after party with me? And she goes, oh yeah, sure. That's how she talks. She's like, yeah, let's go. I'll go. I was like, okay. And we were in the Uber, and she was talking about how she just doesn't leave parties. She's like, yeah, I'm kind of the last person there. I was like, oh yeah, I know. I know. It was a surprising thing I learned about you, but one that just it just tickles me. She was so sick after the I'm not surprised. Like, I remember finding out that Tina has the wildest sleep schedule. I don't know if she's still doing that, but once upon a time, especially when I'd go over to the 100 Thieves house and she was living there, it would be 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and she'd still be sleeping because she had gone to bed at like 10. Even worse than Daff. Well, what is Daff's? But Canada isn't she on a different, she's in a different time zone too. Um, Daff works the night shift. Oh, Daff is Pacific? Okay, never mind. Last time I saw Daff, though, she said she was not going to bed as late as she was, but maybe she's fallen back off that. I feel like D-Gens, night owls, we kind of we go up and down with that. We'll be like, "Oh yes, no, I've been going to bed. I've been going to bed earlier." And earlier will be like 2 or 3. And then you just fall right back off. Daff is a gremlin. She is. And so is Tina. They're just they're very different people, but they've both got that late night gremlin in them. Tina almost got on a bus one time that was, I'm pretty sure, going out to going to a different state. And this was after a night that we'd gone out together. And she went to go get on this bus. I was like, what are you doing? So I had to get her off it. But yeah, I talked about the party yesterday. It was really fun. I just it kind of took me out the whole weekend, so I feel today I was feeling overwhelmed. I'm like, "Oh my God, I've lost the whole weekend to being hungover and dumb." So this gala thing kind of crept up on me. Gala for good. Gala for good. I need to find an auction item, and I don't know if I need like a real auction item. You know what I mean? Something legitimate or something dumb. I don't have shit. Tifa? I'm like I have my badge from the Kwan family reunion. Barbara? No, she's part of the family now. No, it has to be a physical item, I think. And then the auctioning of streamers, from what I know, is we're being auctioned off to other streamers to do streams with us. So I think Cutie had initially thought she was going to call it like a date. And then decided it's going to be a stream instead. What about the neon sign behind you? I know, but that's my only neon sign. I'm also like, is that rude because it was a gift? I feel like it is. I was thinking, I don't know, is it dumb to get some of my favorite books together from my bookshelf? Would anybody buy that? The vegan mayo? That could be a good one. I'm supposed to play games with Cutie on Wednesday. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. I have so many neck pillows because every time I go to the airport, I always forget mine, but I get really bad neck cricks because I fall asleep. So I buy a neck pillow like every time I go to the airport. So I have way too many. Is there something you use in the 24-hour stream you could give? Like one of those wigs? Like my Legolas wig? Oh, the pie is long gone. Saikuno auctioned off Among Us swim trunks for like 10K. What if I auctioned off Billy Zane's phone number? Going once, going twice. Sold to the massive Titanic fan in the second row. Oh, no, that's totally illegal. I absolutely cannot do that. I cannot do that. Is the auction open? Is the auction for streamers and then for viewers as well? So like everybody's auctioning on an item? It was never really a date. She called them dates for the drama, but apparently some streamers kind of took it as dates. Yeah, Will and I are opening up our relationship, and so we're both auctioning ourselves off. The items are bid on by... Okay, okay. Auction Hassan's number. First of all, that would never work, but I wonder how much I could get for it. For his phone number. He'd have to change it immediately. Okay. God, I literally have no ideas. I have nothing. I don't know. Do I just take something from Will's closet? A voice lesson? Yeah, I thought that they wanted physical items, but maybe not. Maybe not. What about... Oh, wait. How about this? Okay. Here's an idea. It is a Joe Biden picture frame with a sexy photo of Austin Show and one of the cars from Cars. I think someone made this frame for Will, though, so I don't think I can give it away. But maybe I get a different frame. It's literally perfect. Will, do you know what you're auctioning off? Do you know what you're auctioning off?
Yeah.
What is it? I was thinking maybe I auction off this sexy photo of Austin. What about this? I don't know what.
Why are you? That's precious to me.
We can get another one. We can get another one. Oh, not as dramatic as what you're... Yes, but this is good for ideas. This is good for ideas. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Here's the photo itself. Oh man, if I could get the robe that he's wearing in this and auction it along with the photo, that would be perfect. That would be a winner.
It's been a hell of a 4
right
months.
there. Neo Zerg, thank you for the 4. It has been a hell of a 4 months. What the car doing there? Nobody knows. I think the car's a part. I have no idea. Okay, that's one idea. Yeah, I don't have any ideas. auction? I'm just like looking around at my shit. But you have ideas? You know what you're gonna auction? Oh my god! The Hassan head!
I think this is what I'm auctioning. This is Hassan's head for my 100 Thieves announcement video.
That's perfect. This has been around for a while.
Signed by Hassan Piker.
Signed by Hassan Piker. Yeah, it's not to scale. The head is too big. It's not to scale. But signed, that's perfect. God damn it. What am I, can I take like one of your clothes or something?
No. Oh, hey.
Yeah.
We'll find you.
Barrels. Barley. Okay. Heed. The G4 chair. Okay, I gotta put this on the list. Find auction item. Ay, ay, ay. I got shit to do. I guess I have to think about the Twitch viewers. Like, what would people want to auction on? No, the pie is long gone. That was thrown out ASAP. The writer's strike sign. Oh, I don't even know if that's in here anymore. I mean, I can just grab one from another picket line. I know, so a couple other people have said the vegan mayo. Did you keep anything you had when you were on Name Your Price? I don't think so. Sell the tiny hat. I need that tiny hat, though. You hear him barking all the time. I would pay big money for one of those pet paintings where you paint inside a plastic bag and have... Wait, I've never heard about that. You paint inside a plastic... Oh, and like, so Farley steps on the paint and then he steps on like a canvas or something. The hats are pretty... I do have some pretty iconic hats. Okay, the Farley, that's a cute idea. Okay, a Farley art piece. Farley art piece is really cute, really cute. The apron from Cutie's Baking Show. I didn't take that home. I left it. A fart piece? Oh my god. A fart piece. A fart piece. I know, I need to be better at stealing stuff. Fart piece is so cute. No shot, I jotted that. Oh yeah, of course I jotted that down. Fart piece. Anything from Paris during TwitchCon. I have my... I only have my badge. And then this is the Kwan family reunion lanyard. Okay. Well, we will, the Kwan Union shirt. Just memories of being told to buy cigs for a French waiter. Yeah. Oh, that was so fucking funny. When he's like, hands me money and goes, oh yeah, can you get me a pack too? I go, no wonder you're telling me to hurry. Still have that hair wheel cut off. He burned it. There was nothing because he lit it on fire. There are so many things that I could do related to Hassan that would make so much money. Like when if I'm over at his house next, I just take one of his shirts or like his trash. Okay, if I'm desperate, I could go through his trash. If I can't find anything else. Did you guys talk about the fire beforehand? No. No. That was purely James Marco. Just full genius improvisation on display. Yeah, that's unhinged. Oh, the most. But we're raising money here for the Amazon. Okay. Anything from shitcon? Dude, I wish... Oh, actually, maybe like sweatshirts? Like old merch and stuff? Yeah, okay. I'm going to Austin this weekend, so maybe I'll rifle around and try to... Maybe I'll steal Nick's chicken towel. And someone will buy it for no more than $1. My Republican outfit. I know, but I'm definitely gonna need that. Okay, maybe I take something from maybe I take something from NMP. Maybe. I'll need gloves though. I'll need gloves to be able to take something. All right, sorry. I know that this intro's been kind of long. It's just because I have all these things that I have to do and I haven't thought about them. So I've got my list going. And I will continue to peruse ideas and brainstorm. Do you know what the problem is? Is that I hate stuff. Like, I love stuff, but I hate stuff. And so every other week or so, I lose my mind and I just get rid of stuff in the house because I can't stand it. I love stuff and I despise it. Junk, clutter, shit like that. And so if I am anxious, like if I'm like feeling really anxious or just not in a good mental spot, I will go through and just purge. I'll just get a bag and throw so much stuff away. So when it comes to stuff like this, the gala with the auction, I'm like, damn, I probably shouldn't have gotten rid of all that stuff about 2 weeks ago. OMG, yes, that is a very relatable thing. We all have so much stuff. And then you just get in a point where you're like, I can't look at this. There's crap. There's just junk everywhere. There's just clutter. Like, I'll open up a drawer and be like, oh, and just dump the drawer out. Should I auction off my spooky to-do list? The one that had the name Alexis written all over it? That I could never solve the mystery of why? Yeah, I opened up that drawer down there and it gave me a heart attack. There is so much crap in there. Monks are onto something, that is true. Okay, wait, didn't I tell you guys this story on stream? About Alexis? This spooky story that no one could figure out, including myself?
Y'all should know me well enough. This better have my money.
Pete donated $3. What about a cookbook filled with Sunday recipes signed by you?
Oh, that's a cute idea, Pete. Thank you for the dono. Cookbook filled with Sunday recipes. That's very cute. I could get like some of my family recipes together. Or I could also reach out to streamers who cook and ask them for their favorite recipes too. And the problem is that that is something that I would love to do, especially if I had more time. Oh. Ideas are great until you realize that you need time to be able to implement them. But I'm gonna write that down because I really like that idea. Okay, wait, where did my list go? Where did my list go? Okay. Cookbook idea. Assuming streamers cook, some of them do. Like, Nico Lull has noms with Nico. Trisha's a birdie, obviously. Cutie. Trying to think of. I think Fusli does baking streams. Arya cooks. Asmon's $2 steak recipe. Do you know I just watched that video for the first time? Will showed it to me the other night. Asmongold's $2 steak cooking video. Just could not believe it. Yes, Brit cooks as well. Hassan makes his chicken. Hassan does have one recipe, and it's a chicken recipe. Yeah, so streamers don't cook all the time, but I know that some of them do what I do and like cook on stream. And everybody's got a recipe. Everyone's got one. You know what I mean? I feel like everyone's got a recipe. Even if you're not a chef. Oh, I could donate Austin shows miles. Yeah. I could auction off dirt from E-Rob's hole. Yes, it would be dirt filled with spiders. There would be so many spiders in it. There's cooking for yes, that's true. Cooking for content versus content cooking. Okay. I gotta get started on the stream, but these are... Wait, what about Wake? Wake is too people shy to reach out? Wait, regarding what? You know what I could also do? Streamers have so much shit in their house. I could just take something from everyone's house and it's a surprise box. Okay. Mystery box. You don't know what's in the mystery box unless you get it. A mystery box? That's actually a really good idea. Like, I just take items from various streamers and I put it in a mystery box. What's in the box? What's in the box? That's a winner. Yeah. That is a good idea. And it's just random items. Some of them might be very good. Some of them might be insane. Call it a loot box. Oh, gaming. Yes. Yeah. Maybe there's like one of my random wigs in there from one of my costumes. How would the mystery box be listed in the auction? It would literally just be mystery box of streamer items that I took. I don't know. I'll have to work on... I gotta work on that title. Okay. Anyway. This has been good. We've done some productive work. We will continue to do productive work. I'm gonna buy Farley a parrot costume, I think. Because it's cute. Throw it, yeah, maybe one of those towels. Who knows? Who knows what you could get in the mystery box? Dick. It's my dick in a box. It's my dick in a box. People want the Farley hat. They want the tiny hat. They want the tiny hat. I know. We do need it for discipline. But let's be honest. Is it really working? It works when we put him on it, but it doesn't deter.
I think
It's like the prison industrial complex. I know. We have to be... Where is it right now? Because we have to be fast. The second he starts sparking, we have to be fast. Or it doesn't work. Anyway, okay, so... I'm going to regret not just sitting here and having a cozy hangout and talking about ideas for auction items and for my outfit for the gala, because today's content includes talking about Russell Brand, which I just know is going to be so fucking annoying. I just know it. There's certain things where I'm like, oh, I just know this is going to be a pain in the ass. It's going to be such a pain. But, okay, we have that. Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher. We have Tim Ballard of Sound of Freedom. I think everyone understands he sucks. No. What I've been seeing online, listen, yes, there's a lot of people, but this is a particular instance of it being now about politics, which makes it so much worse. What a collection of fun people to talk about. I know, right? So, Tim Ballard, who ironically has been condemned by the Church of Latter-day Saints. Tim Ballard, who is the guy behind the Sound of Freedom movie. Allegations came out about him, and he has been condemned by the LDS. Like, of all churches, the Church of Latter-day Saints. It's the irony. Not everyone, LOL, watch people coming in here defending him. Yes, I know. There's probably people waiting in the wings for the second I start talking about Russell Brand, because I put it in my stream title. And then... what else? Okay, we've got Russell, various strike stuff, Tim Ballard, and then, I don't know. We'll see how I feel after that. We'll see if I'm so annoyed. But I'm like, I'm just gonna do some gaming now. I knew people liked Russell Brand, but I've been surprised by how many Twitter... Yeah, it's because in the last year he's become a wellness guru who's become really big on places like Rumble and is talking all about everyone's favorite things, like the deep state, like vaccine conspiracies, all that good stuff. And so this is now turned into a political division. And it's been very, let's just say, it feels like there was a thought out plan here when it comes to the fact that he's like really been ramping up with his political takes and his, you know, accusations against the government and whatnot in lieu of these allegations being dropped. So, anyway, okay. We're gonna cover him. Okay, here we already go. I haven't even started.
Never mind the haters. Love the content no matter what you cover.
I haven't even started, and this is also not the worst that it's gonna be. Right, like, this is what I'm talking about. This is why, if I'm being 100% honest with you guys, look, I do politics, I talk about pop culture, I like all of this relates into what I discuss on stream, but there are so many days, especially after a long weekend of seeing the worst takes online and just being violently angry, being like, alrighty, here we go. So I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I'm just gonna be a video game streamer. I'm just gonna play silly little games. Silly, stupid little games. Anyway, okay. Whatever. I hate the fact that Get Him to the Greek is one of my favorite comedies. Listen, I say this about everybody where there's a lot of horrible people out there who've been exposed as horrible people, and it doesn't mean that you have to suddenly change what movies you like, what music you like, etc., etc., because that would mean that you would have to really change a lot of things. Books that you read, music, film, TV, you know what I mean? It's a problem because so many famous people are enabled for so long, and because they have so much power and influence, they are just also monsters with it. Like, they're monsters to begin with, but when you have that much power and money and influence, you just are, you're unstoppable. So it sucks because all the time there'll be a new person who allegations drop on them, or they're exposed for this, or this person fucking sucks, they're a monster. It's like, god damn it. Can we just not? Yeah, it's not realistic to go, okay, well, all of these things that were once upon a time my favorites, now I have to. But it's hard because I think there's certain instances where it does become impossible to watch a movie that you once loved or listen to a song that you once loved knowing what you know about that person. Like R. Kelly, for instance. I wasn't like the biggest R. Kelly fan, but I liked R. Kelly songs. But it's hard to listen to R. Kelly music without thinking about what a fucking monster he is. Or especially somebody like Kevin Spacey, who, yes, Kevin Spacey's loss, he was found not guilty in his lawsuits, doesn't mean that he's not a predator or a monster. It's just really hard to prove that shit in court. So to watch him play characters who are the way that he seems to have been in his real life, it's tough. It's hard to watch somebody play a character when they've been exposed to be a monster IRL, and you're like, oh god, this is way too. Now I get why you're so good at this. Now I understand. The ending of 7, yes. Yes, I saw this. This photo isn't aging well. Wild that it's been like 1 week. 1 week. They should have ended up together. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna grab some water. And then we are going to start off with Russell Brand. Kanye West is not the same, it sucks. Yeah, so, I think it's easier for dead people like Walt Disney. Walt Disney is dead. Walt Disney was a horrible person, but It's not the same as like, you don't go to Disneyland, you don't watch a Disney movie and think about Walt Disney versus Kanye West still being out there in the world, being a menace and enjoying Kanye West music going, what the hell, man? And at least from what we know, Kanye West hasn't been accused of assault, you know? Like, he's done a lot of horrible things. He's done a lot of really bad things, but it makes it even, I don't know, like Woody Allen, Roman Polanski, you know, guys who are still walking around. I'm like, I don't want to watch anything they put out now. Not everyone knows about Walt's past. True. And the thing is that Walt Disney grew up in an era where, like, yeah, pretty much everyone was fucking racist. You know? So for him to have been the way that he is not really out of the ordinary with those times. Anyway, all right. Let me grab some water and then we'll get into it. Okay. All right, so what's wild is Friday night when I was in an Uber with Will, Hassan, and a friend of ours, and Russell Brand got brought up for some reason, and I hadn't seen the video that he had posted. I think it was on Instagram, and it was getting ahead of the allegations because the story dropped on Saturday. So a big report dropped in the Times. So the Times reporters, it was an investigation by the Sunday Times, the Times, and Channel 4 Dispatches, and they had reached out to Russell Brand and gave him, it was like 8 days to respond to the allegations. And so the day before the story dropped, he posted an Instagram video and was trying to get ahead of it and said, you know, there are things that are going to be said about me and they're not true, they're disgusting, blah, blah, blah. So ironically, I'd been in the car on the way to Will's birthday, and we were talking about, I don't know, just random things, and the subject of Russell Brand was brought up. And I was saying, I was like, yeah, he's another guy who I don't know how he's just been getting away with shit. Russell Brand is a guy who, even if you don't really know the specifics of Russell Brand's career or everything about him, he's one of those celebrities who, because of the brand of his comedy and like what his whole shtick was, he's a guy that you're like, yeah, this guy seemed like a scumfuck, and it seems as if there's always been allegations in the water about him, and it's amazing that he's continued to just keep having a career. Although I will say, he really hasn't appeared in anything since 2018, because what would happen with him is that he would push things too far. So he used to work for BBC and Channel 4, and then there was this whole thing one night where he made this really obscene phone call, and it was about this actor's daughter, and so he got fired from there, and then Hollywood swooped him up, and then, you know, he basically wore out Hollywood and became way too much and way over the top and crossing way too many lines, and so then Hollywood was kind of like, no thanks. And so that's why he's really turned towards this new Russell Brand version, which is wellness guru Russell Brand, who talks about conspiracies and, you know, the deep state and, you know, what's going on, the government's lying to us, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, so it was strange that we had been talking about Russell Brand Friday, and then all of this stuff happened. Very similar to Chris D'Elia, who we also mentioned. Yes, we also had been talking about Chris D'Elia. So this investigatory report drops on Saturday, and the whole internet, specifically Twitter, just explodes. And of course, you had Elon Musk, who said, I stand by Russell Brand. Russell Brand is a good man. You had Tucker Carlson, and then Andrew Tate. So the trifecta of men where if they are supporting you, I think it's safe to say that you're probably a guilty piece of shit, okay? If those three guys are some of the first to publicly come out and say, I support this person, the unholy trinity, yes. That is a perfect way to describe it. Maya mentioned on Wine About It the easy pipeline between wellness content to alt-right. Okay, so here's the thing. When looking at when looking at Russell Brand specifically, and there are people who have been saying this about him for years, and then when he turned towards preaching ideas and ideologies that were veering towards the right and then went super right wing, there were people who have been saying since he's been doing this that he was doing this for a purpose. And the purpose being that when allegations against him come out, which they have now, and they are incredibly damning and disgusting and all the things, that now he can say, this is an attack on me because of my politics. This is an attack on me because I've been questioning, the government, Biden, vaccines, the deep state. Like, they don't want me to be able to speak about these things. And there are people who support him in that. There are a lot of people online who are saying that Russell Brand is being targeted because they want to shut him up. Russell Brand was only based on Me Too when he went, oh, fuck, that's me, and switched to alt-right with no cancel culture. Yeah, and listen, Russell Brand has also espoused super left-wing ideas and beliefs, but I think that this is a guy who has always switched to something that he thinks will provide him cover for who he is behind closed doors, and not even really behind closed doors. Like, this is who he is. I think he used his comedy for years as a way of, how do I describe this? It's almost like the concept of when somebody is showing us who they are, but is presenting it as a bit, as, their form of humor, then it's almost like a way of detracting and confusing us when in reality they're just hiding in plain sight. Absolutely. And that's why the documentary that released on Russell Brand is called Russell Brand in Plain Sight, because he's always been who he is. It's just because his shtick was being a provocateur, because his shtick was talking about being a sex addict and, being joking about being a predator and a rapist and a sex pest. Then it was a way of protecting himself because of the things he was doing in real life to women could have been passed off as like, oh, come on. No, he's not an actual predator. Like, he just jokes about that stuff. He's a provocateur. He crosses lines because that's his brand of comedy. He's edgy. That's the word that people have used for him for years, is he's edgy. When he would tell rape jokes about liking to see women's mascara running down their eyes, which this investigatory report by the Times talks about one victim in particular who said that he told her that he wanted to see the mascara running down her eyes. It's like, oh, yeah, no, this wasn't just a joke. This was something that he was doing in real life. But he was able to pass himself off as edgy. Yeah. When the character you're playing is just a slightly exaggerated version of yourself, it lets you disown your bad actions as part of the bit. Absolutely. So, okay, this is the article. This is the investigatory report. And it was about, I think they had been investigating for a full year. Now, it is so unbelievably frustrating to the point where, like I said yesterday, I was feeling violently angry reading stuff online because when allegations drop, and especially this here with all the, the political component, but the fact that this was 2006, it goes as early as 2003, but these are detailed assaults between 2006 and 2013. Inevitably, you will always have people, particularly men, who go, well, why is this just coming out now? Isn't this convenient? How is it that all these women have the same story? How is it that they're all saying this, saying these things now? Why didn't they say something sooner? And it feels like there is no point in trying to address these, well, I'm just asking questions, because these are people who aren't going to believe it in the first place. It's classic victim blaming. It is pretending as if our society is not a society that protects rapists, that makes it impossible to get justice for being sexually assaulted. Like, it ignores all the statistics and the facts and everything that we know about sexual assault and about rape. And the thing is that one of these victims was treated at a rape crisis center, but it still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to these people who want to discredit them. It doesn't matter to these people who want to say that, well, Russell Brand is innocent until guilty, okay? Like, this is unbelievable that people are talking about him this way when nothing has been proven. Yes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many details they are. It doesn't matter if somebody went to the police. None of that matters. But yeah, here we have, so I'm just going to read the beginning of this report. It's very long. And if you want to read it in your own time, just know that just go into it with trigger warning flashing in your head, because it's very detailed and it's vile. The shit that he has done. And this is just one report. This is just one report of these 4 women. This does not even get into every woman who has experienced Russell Brand at some point in their life, from comedians to women who worked at Channel 4 to his ex-wife Katy Perry to co-stars of his. Russell Brand is a guy who, it's been an open secret both in the UK and in Hollywood that he is a fucking sex pest. He is a predator, and he has sexually assaulted women. Like, that has been the open secret. He is the type of guy. Oh, chatters are asking for the link. He is the type of guy who women warn each other of. Sorry, that's the archived link. You'll probably need it because I think it's behind a wall. Yeah. So there are certain, like a Harvey Weinstein, okay? Everybody knew for years what Harvey was like. People would say, don't go around Harvey Weinstein or else this is going to happen. And Russell Brand was similar in the sense that, like, female comedians had text groups. They had group chains where they would message each other about Russell Brand and to warn each other to stay away, especially to newer female comedians who didn't know. All right, so the comedian and actor Russell Brand has been accused of rape, sexual assault, and emotional abuse during a 7-year period at the height of his fame. 4 women have alleged sexual assaults between 2006 and 2013 while he was a presenter for BBC Radio 2 and Channel 4, and then an actor in Hollywood films. Others have made a range of accusations about Brand's controlling, abusive, and predatory behavior. Brand denied the allegations and said his relationships have all been consensual. The findings come from a joint investigation by the Sunday Times, The Times, and Channel 4 dispatches. One woman alleges that Brand raped her against a wall in his Los Angeles home. She was treated at a rape crisis center on the same day, according to medical records. Text messages show that in the hours after leaving his house, she told Brand that she had been scared by him and felt taken advantage of, adding, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand replied saying he was very sorry. And so, by the way, if you don't know anything about journalism, you need to know that journalists do not release a report until they have dotted their I's and crossed their T's. With the exception, famously, of the Rolling Stones article about the girl who was gang raped at the UVA, which turned out not to be true. This is the way that journalists have to approach something like this, particularly when at the center is a very famous person, is a celebrity, okay? So they don't just have someone come to them and go, "By the way, I was raped by Russell Brand," and then they write a story about that. No. It does not work that way. A second woman alleges that Brand assaulted her when he was 31 and she was 16 and still at school. He said he referred to her as the child during an emotionally abusive and controlling relationship that lasted for about 3 months, and that Brand once forced his penis down her throat, making her choke, which I will remind you again, these are things that he has said to the T in his various stand-up comedy, whatever. Like he has talked about on stage, joked about how he likes to force his penis down women's throats, that he likes to see their mascara run. Yeah, this is really heavy shit. She says that she tried to push him off and that she had to punch him in the stomach to make him stop. A third woman claims that he sexually assaulted her while she worked with him in Los Angeles and that he threatened to take legal action if she told anyone else about her allegation. The fourth described being sexually assaulted by Brand and him being physically and emotionally abusive towards her. All of them said that they felt ready to speak out only after being approached by reporters. Several said they felt compelled to do so given Brand's newfound prominence as an online wellness influencer with millions of followers on YouTube and other sites. The others have accused him of physical and emotional abuse, sexual harassment, and bullying. Most of the women who do not know each other have chosen to remain anonymous. Over the past few years, reporters have interviewed hundreds of sources who knew or worked with Brand, ex-girlfriends and their friends and family, comedians and other celebrities, people who worked with him on radio and TV, and senior staff at the BBC, Channel 4, and other media organizations. My life was better before I knew this guy existed. Yeah, sorry. I just imagine myself at 16 and this scares the shit out of me. That was 6 years ago. Yeah, there was a tweet by this journalist that I really love, and she was like, I need people to think about how young 16 is. I need you to really, really picture a 16-year-old, okay? We were all 16 once. Some of us are getting there. It is so young. 16 is a child. And I think people forget how young 16 is, or they'll use the excuse of, well, 16 is the legal age of consent. It doesn't mean that it's okay for a 30-something-year-old man to have a relationship with a 16-year-old child. The age of consent for 16 is more so that like 16-year-olds can have sex with each other, okay? Or like a 16 and a 17-year-old could have sex with each other. That is not so that 31-year-old Russell Brand can have sex with a 16-year-old child and be abusive towards her. Shabiba was making the consent argument. Yes, that is what it is. Oh my God. I mean, this is part of the playbook, right? One of the lines in the playbook of defending guys like Russell Brand is the age of consent line. And it's one of those things where I genuinely wonder, would Ben Shapiro be okay? And I hate to use this argument, but it's because he's such a piece of shit that I have to. Would he be fine with his 16-year-old daughter dating 31-year-old Russell Brand? Genuinely. Because that's how you have to present it to men sometimes. You have to literally go, so you would be okay with your daughter, 16 years old, being with a 31-year-old man who, in Russell Brand's case, we know has a history of being a sex addict, of, you know, doing and talking about really disgusting sexual things on stage. So, like, that's the guy that your 16-year-old daughter is with. And that's okay because it's the age of consent. And I'm sure he would be like, well, it's the age of consent. I can't do anything. But no, come on. I would genuinely love to hear his response to that. But yeah, and like the thing is the whole age of consent thing, I mean, first of all, it speaks to how outdated a lot of our laws are, and the fact that, like, there are places where age of consent is 14, 15 because child brides were a thing for a really long time. Parents, you know, would match make their daughters off. And so we had laws that made it legal for a 14-year-old to be married off. What about the consent part? Do you mean consent part and the age of consent? Yeah, exactly. Ben would 100% defend it if it was a child bride and not premarital. I think Ben would give a bullshit response, but I do not think that Ben Shapiro would be okay with his 16-year-old daughter dating a 31-year-old, because who's okay with that? Even somebody who is as warped as Ben Shapiro, I just don't think would be cool with his daughter, his young daughter, who'd be in high school, dating somebody like this. Besides like Matt Walsh. I don't know. Maybe besides a guy who is like a sick sexual freak himself. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay. Along with these interviews, reporters have seen private emails and text messages, submitted freedom of information requests. This is what I'm talking about, right? So where are all this stuff coming out now? Because it takes a lot of work. A lot of work goes into an investigation like this to make sure that they are protected against lawsuits by releasing a report like this. And because they know how important it is when we are discussing sexual assault, when, like, you know, anything that has to do with allegations against a famous person that involves sexual assault, reporters have got to cross their T's and dot their I's and then do it again and again and again. They have viewed medical and therapist notes. They've scrutinized Brand's books and interviews and watched and listened to hundreds of hours of his shows on the BBC, Channel 4, and YouTube to corroborate allegations. Brand, who is now 48, has managed to maintain his fame for the past 2 decades through reinvention. First as a stand-up comedian known for debauchery before becoming a primetime Channel 4 TV host, BBC radio star, Hollywood actor, and most recently a wellness guru and anti-establishment influencer with millions of followers online. And let me remind you, he has basically been fired from every single one of those of all the employment in his life, Channel 4, BBC, Hollywood, the celebrity roasts, he has been fired or ousted because of being a sex pest and a predator. And then he just, and so this is I think this is a really important point to consider, because Russell Brand is saying that the mainstream media is out to get him. As, that is being echoed by other people on the right. That is being echoed by people like Elon Musk, right? He is saying that the mainstream, the MSM is out to get him because he is speaking the truth, and he is challenging the lies that is put out by the MSM, when in reality, media has enabled him his entire career. Okay? This is a guy, it is a joke. It is an absolute fucking joke to say that the media is out to get Russell Brand, when in reality, they are the ones who helped continue to prop this guy up, even when it was clear that he was a bad dude, that this is not a guy who should just continue to get to bounce from place to place, from spotlight to spotlight. The Jimmy Fallon clip of him, there are so many clips of him, and we'll look at a couple, but you look at any old Russell Brand clip, and there's a lot of them that are circulating, and that's why we're saying, like, this guy was in plain sight. Okay, this was the open secret in Hollywood and in the UK, that he was a monster. Okay. Throughout his career, his material has acknowledged his sex addiction, and he has often publicly joked about his predatory behavior and his sex life. Like I said, he has literally called himself a rapist. He has joked about raping women. Okay. There were rumors of more sinister behavior, said to be discussed as an open secret by senior TV and radio executives, and among female comedians who warned each other of his behavior. But the women involved previously felt unable to speak out. Yeah, because we do not live in a culture where women can speak without repercussions. Point blank, period. All right? If you make allegations, if you speak out against a man, particularly when that man is famous, when they have power and influence, you will face repercussions for it. Their stories, now told publicly for the first time, shine a light on Brand's mistreatment of women behind closed doors and on the industries that enabled him. The Times and the Sunday Times gave Brand 8 days within which to reply to detailed allegations, including information to enable him to recall the alleged incidents. Lawyers for Brand initially said they were not in a position to provide any response to the allegations because we had posed a large litany of questions and had intentionally chosen to anonymize the names of the women. Yes, for their own safety. They characterized this as deliberate and part of a preconceived strategy aimed at damaging their client. They said that publication was a concerted campaign and that their client believes there's a deeply concerning agenda to all this, namely the fact that he is an alternative media broadcaster competing with mainstream media. Okay. Pressed to provide a full response, the same lawyers did not reply. When given further opportunity to respond, Brand broadcast a statement on his YouTube channel saying, "Amidst this litany of astonishing, rather baroque attacks are some very serious allegations that I absolutely refute." So this is what he dropped on Friday night. He said that his relationships have always been consensual. He accused the mainstream media of a coordinated attack and said that there are witnesses whose evidence directly contradicts the narratives. The Sunday Times asked his lawyer for the evidence referred to, but no answer was provided. Brand is currently in the middle of a stand-up tour. On Saturday, he arrived at the Troubadour Theatre in Wembley, northwest London, an hour late, with the crowd told he had been stuck in traffic. He briefly addressed the allegations at the start of the gig after seeing a woman holding a sign saying, "We stand by you, Russell. Stay strong, stay free. We love you." Brand said There's some things I cannot talk about, and hopefully you appreciate that I'm going to give you everything I've got. Yeah. Video is crazy, says all my relationships have been cut footage, consensual. Okay, so here is... This is a short trailer of the documentary that was released on him.
I phoned and somebody asked what it was regarding, and I said, that's regarding Russell Brand being a sex offender. I phoned and somebody asked what it was regarding, and I said, that's regarding Russell Brand being a sex offender.
He's grabbing at my underwear, pulling it to the side. I'm telling him to get off me, and he won't get off. Like holding me up against the wall, pushing himself in me.
He grabbed me and got me on the bed. I was fully clothed and he was naked at this point, and he held me down and he was just aggressively trying to, you know, me.
I was like, oh my God, he raped me.
He forced his penis down my throat, and I couldn't breathe. It was just choking me. I was crying, and he said, oh, I only want to see your mascara run anyway.
Them blowjobs where mascara runs a little bit. Good.
I've never ever spoken publicly about this before. Russell seems untouchable.
Yeah, there is one story in particular that is heartbreaking. I mean, they're all heartbreaking, but this is like this is the victim who was 16 years old at the time, and she said that she remembers she was in a taxi approaching Russell Brand's home because he would send a car to her school to take her out of lessons, and she remembers the driver begging her not to go inside. Recognizing the destination, he had started to ask questions. Alice admitted she was 16 and still in school. She says that the driver replied that his daughter was the same age and entreated Alice, please, I'm asking you not to go there. You could be my little girl and I would want someone to do this for her. He offered to take her home without charge, but Alice insisted she was fine. He had such a sad look in his eyes, she recalls. Alice, whose name we have changed to protect her identity, now realizes that she wasn't fine. During a relationship that lasted for about 3 months when Brand was a BBC radio presenter, she says that he referred to her as the child and alleges that he became increasingly controlling and then emotionally and sexually abusive. He sent a car to her secondary school to take her out of lessons and to his home, she says, and asked her to save his name in her phone as Carly to deceive her parents. This is what I mean where I say this man has just been fucking enabled. Brand's management knew that he had a teenage girlfriend and advised him not to be seen with her in public. This is what Alice says. Alice alleges that Brand once forced his penis down her throat, making her... yeah. And, anyway. In 2005, Brand received treatment for sex addiction at a clinic in the U.S. His womanizing ways, he once said he could sleep with 80 women in a month, saw him crowned Shagger of the Year by The Sun 3 times, having relationships with some of the world's most beautiful women, including Kate Moss and marrying the pop star Katy Perry in 2010, and they divorced in 2012. And let's not forget, okay, hold on. I thought I had the video here. Katy Perry. This is how this is what happened when, let me see if this is the full vid. Yeah. Okay, so Russell Brand broke up with Katy Perry, and by breakup I mean divorce, over a text message right before she was supposed to go on stage. And the there's footage of her like when this all happened, and it's devastating. Sorry, this is really bad quality, but
I can hear me still.
What's with these tears, Katie? So you gonna get through this show? I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Is it?
She feels depressed.
Yeah. Oh, look, we have a trinkets box.
Let me see that. Here. Oh, it's not meant to make you upset.
What is that?
I think this was part of her documentary.
From Russell, the day after she got it, she thought she lost it at the venue.
Well under the 100 now. You have two options. You can cancel the show, or you can do your best.
Yep, the part of me, Doc.
Start, Todd.
The context of the beginning part is that Russell Brand had texted her right before, or maybe it was like, I think it was that day, and told her he wanted a divorce. I mean, listen, she got out, right? She's very lucky that it ended.
All right, everybody, here we go. Stand by, house lights, stand by on off.
Okay, so there are comments that have resurfaced about Russell Brand amidst these rape allegations, and I wanted to play that Katy Perry video because one, like, listen, I get it in the scheme of everything he's been accused of. To break up with your wife via text message right before they perform might, it's on the bottom, but it still speaks to who he is as a human being, that he would do that to his wife knowing she was about to go on and perform. And there's an old interview with Katy Perry that has resurfaced. God damn it. What the hell? Oh, it's asking me. Okay, that is so annoying. Hold on. Okay, so back in 2013, she was interviewed by Vogue, and again, she was married to him from 2010 to 2012. And she said, at first, when I met him, he wanted an equal. And I think a lot of times strong men do want an equal, but then they get that equal and they're like, I can't handle the equalness. He didn't like the atmosphere of me being the boss on tour. So that was really hurtful, and it was very controlling, which was upsetting. And in all of the allegations in the Times article, they talk about not just that he was not just that he assaulted these women, but that he was both physically and emotionally controlling. And so it's very telling that Katy has talked about that he did not like that she was more famous. He didn't like that she was more on tour. He didn't like that they were not equals. Katy Perry was a much bigger star. And he dumped her via a text message right before she was supposed to perform, when she was out on tour. So it's all connected, you know? Perry continued, I felt a lot of responsibility for it ending, but then I found out the real truth, which I can't necessarily disclose because I keep it locked in my safe for a rainy day. I let go and I was like, this isn't because of me, this is beyond me. So I have moved on from that. Now, we don't know what she's referring to. Katy Perry has never said anything about him really beyond that. And she hasn't publicly commented on the new allegations against her ex-husband. So like, who knows what this real truth is that she found out? But all we know is what she's saying here, which is that this was nothing to do with me. And that it was not my responsibility. It was not my fault that our marriage ended. It was him. Kind of weird as she knew. Yeah, I mean, listen, today's conversation about Russell Brand is not going to involve me shaming Katy Perry for what she did or didn't know, because we don't know. And also, you know, it's like I am not going to reserve any space in this conversation to condemn Katy Perry when all the condemnation is on Russell Brand and then also the companies and the people around him that enabled him, that allowed him, knowing he was like his management. They knew he had a teenage girlfriend. Like all the shit about him that was out there and was just kind of ignored, and people would continue to hire him. So who knows? You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to get into Katy. I'm not going to say anything about it. I just wanted to bring this up because of course she was famously married to him and then their marriage ended this way. Combination of her would be based on a guess. Yeah. Okay, so I also want to go to the top of this article. In 2006, Dannii Minogue, who's the younger sister of pop star Kylie, called Brand completely crazy and a bit of a vile predator. So this is a clip that's been resurfacing while recounting an interaction with the actor. Brand, Minogue said, made her extremely uncomfortable when she appeared as a guest on his MTV show by commenting on her fabulous breasts and following her down a hallway to ask for her phone number. He always goes that step too far, Minogue said at the time. Never quite far enough to slap his face, but usually too far. I certainly don't think he has cured his sex addiction, that's for sure. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Also on Monday, old comments that Kristen Bell made about him in 2010 when they were starring in Forgetting Sarah Marshall together went viral. During the filming, in which Brand played a sex-crazed rock star, his co-star Bell quote, made it really clear from the beginning that I would sock Brand in the balls if he tried anything. He didn't try to mess with me or get in my pants. He knew I would lop his nuts off. Old clips of Brand are also cropping up that illustrate just how outlandish his behavior could be. In 2013, for example, he bounced actress Katharine McPhee on his lap on The Tonight Show while shouting, "For the Queen," despite McPhee looking visibly uncomfortable. Okay, this is... what the hell? That is not working. But anyway, okay. Elsewhere, in a 2013 podcast interview that's since been scrubbed from the internet, Brand joked that he had raped someone once and killed her after. In the same interview, he joked about ancient Greek mathematicians raping children. They didn't mind it, did they? They were clever, weren't they? I've done another triangle. I'm fucking a little kid. This is great. Fuck the kid with the triangle. No, that's too much. Like, there's really no instance in Russell Brand's career where he is not making a joke about being a rapist. Over the weekend, the Daily Mail also published excerpts from a 2014 book by model Jordan Martin, who dated him for 6 months. In the book, Martin said she was sexually assaulted by Brand, whom she renamed Randall Grand in her book. When we had sex, it didn't seem natural, she wrote. A lot of what happened wasn't pleasurable. It didn't come from a good place. She recounts an incident where Grand invited 2 lesbians to their shared home and tried to convince her to participate in sex with them. When she refused, Grand stood in front of her, blocking her way. Afterwards, he said it was boring, Martin wrote. He was always sad after these encounters. His manipulative side was so powerful that it was easier to just submit. I got to the point where I thought he must be right, and there was no one else around to tell me any different. Here's another interview where he is...
Oh, and also I raped someone once.
Oh, this is the podcast that has been scrubbed from the internet.
But yeah, you know, you got the insecurity.
I killed her off. Oh, and also I raped someone once.
Like, I guess, I don't know, maybe because it's 2023, but I just don't understand how that was ever funny. I don't get it. I don't get how that's like a punchline. I don't get how that's anything, but just disgusting.
But yeah, you know, you got the insecurity.
I killed her after.
Oh, sorry, I missed some of these. Jack, thank you so much for the 11 months. Paul, the IT guy, thank you for the 4. Prof Plum, thank you for the Prime. Bruise 1, thank you for the 10 months. And who else did I miss? Johnny 48, thank you for the 2 months. Bad Critic, thank you for the 8 months. Sorry, when I get caught up in a story, I miss these, but thank you guys.
All things are ultimately energy, vibration, frequency. That's sexual vibration. Don't do that, I don't think, in front of children. Jury's still out, is it? Do we know?
But back to the ancient Greeks, they'd have said that's all right.
They didn't mind it.
And
they was clever, weren't they? Coming up with triangles every few seconds. I've done another triangle. Little kid. This is great. Kid of a triangle. Hey, that's too much.
Now, during that time of promiscuity...
All right, so here's the video that he put out. I think this is the one. Let's see, it's Monday, 3 days ago. Yeah, so this is what he dropped on Friday, before the story dropped.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Now, this isn't the usual type of video we make on this channel where we critique, attack and undermine the news in all its corruption, because in this story, I am the news. I've received two extremely disturbing letters, or a letter and an email, one from a mainstream media TV company, one from a newspaper, listing a litany of extremely egregious and aggressive attacks, as well as some pretty stupid stuff like my community festival should be stopped.
I mean, honestly, this is really smart on his part. It's really smart to say that the mainstream media, because again, he is playing into an entire part of this country who believe that the mainstream media is working for the Democrats to destroy people like Donald Trump, to destroy people on the right by spreading insidious lies about them. Like this works. It really does. And so for him to come out and say, okay, we have to talk about something because, as you know, I've become the guy who's gone after the mainstream media. I've been calling them out. I have been questioning, the lies that they have been putting out there, and they are hitting back and they are attempting to silence me. I mean, this is the playbook, right? This is it's not exactly a new playbook, but it's being used more and more now. The idea that I am being silenced. The Matrix is trying to get me because I am asking the right questions. Because I am the guy who's sitting here going, we're not going to believe this shit.
I shouldn't be able to attack mainstream media narratives on this channel. But amidst this litany of astonishing, rather baroque attacks are some very serious allegations that I absolutely refute. These allegations pertain to the time when I was working in the mainstream, when I was in the newspapers all the time, when I was in the movies, and as I've written about extensively in my books, I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that then, almost too transparent. And I'm being transparent about it now as well. And to see that...
What does that even mean? What does too transparent even mean? Anyway, I don't need to break this down, but...
Transparency metastasized into something criminal that I absolutely deny makes me question, is there another agenda at play? Particularly when we've seen coordinated media attacks before, like with Joe Rogan when he dared to take a medicine that the mainstream media didn't approve of. And we saw a spate of headlines from media outlets across the world using the same language. I'm aware that you guys have been...
I mean, listen. I'm not defending Joe Rogan here, but it is fucking wild for him to try to be like, oh yeah, by the way, my allegations were of violent rape, grooming, emotional and physical abuse. Remember when they did this to Joe Rogan? Remember when Joe Rogan was like, you should take ivermectin for COVID, and they tried to destroy him? Like, oh my God. I mean, I know I don't know if he does it in this video, but like there's other examples that he uses, but that's pretty wild. Like, that's pretty wild for him to try to, even though it's all bullshit, so it doesn't matter, but to equate what he's been saying to what the MSM is trying to do to him as far as releasing these fake allegations that he's a violent rapist, and comparing that to what happened with Joe Rogan. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus.
Saying in the comments for a while, watch out, Russell, they're coming for you, you're getting too close to the truth. Russell Brand did not kill himself. I know that a year ago there was a spate of articles. Russell Brand's a conspiracy theorist. Russell Brand's right wing. I'm aware of news media making phone calls, sending letters to people I know for ages and ages. It's been clear to me, or at least it feels to me, like there's a serious and concerted agenda to control these kind of spaces and these kind of voices. And I mean my voice along with your voice. I don't mind.
Do you know what is so maddening about this? No one is silencing these people, okay? The mainstream media, nobody is silencing any of these fucking people. And in fact, they're only gaining more followers. Like, what the fuck are they even talking about? Who is silencing them? They are speaking right now. They have all these platforms. No one's kicking them off. He goes on Rogan. He goes on, like, wherever. They all these people who talk about being silenced, and yet they never shut the fuck up. These people you hear more than anyone else who love to say that they're being silenced. Yeah, video that has 1.5 million. He released this on Twitter. On YouTube. He's got his Instagram. He's been talking on Rumble. But oh yeah, you're being silenced. God, I mean, it is just, I cannot believe that people believe this shit. That they agree as they're watching the video on the internet. It's not like Russell Brand has escaped where he was being held in a cave by dark figures in the MSM, and he managed to escape long enough to get a message out to say, I'm being silenced. They've taken away my voice. They have removed me. But no, he's sitting in his little stupid ass studio making a video for YouTube. Shut the fuck up.
Find them using my books and my stand-up to talk about my promiscuous consensual conduct in the past. What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations. Also, it's worth mentioning that there are witnesses whose evidence directly contradicts the narratives that these two mainstream media outlets are trying to construct.
How many times has he mentioned mainstream media, honestly? And there's a reason for that. Because he knows that his audience has been trained like dogs to react to hearing mainstream media and go ruff, 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 like growling. Hurr. Like you hear the mainstream media, hurr, mainstream media, hurr, bad. That's why he keeps mentioning it.
In what seems to me to be a coordinated attack. Now, I don't want to get into this any further because of the serious nature of the allegations, but I feel like I'm being attacked, and plainly they are working very closely together. We are obviously going to look into this matter because it's very, very serious. In the meantime, I want you to...
Really? That's interesting because, again, he was given time by the reporters who were investigating him, and yet this is what he decided to do. Also, when he talks about witnesses who stand in direct opposition of the women who made allegations against them, I am telling you, he is probably referring to random, and there was one tweet that was going around by a UK female comedian, random women who are saying, because this happens every time, who say, I dated Russell Brand. I spent time with Russell Brand. I worked with Russell Brand and he never raped me. Russell Brand is not a monster. He is not a rapist. He did not rape me. Thank you for the raid. And I mean, I think whenever sexual assault allegations drop, responses from men online are to be expected. But it's particularly devastating when you see women, especially women who make the point that they themselves are sexual assault survivors, who then go on to say, but I personally know Russell Brand and he didn't rape me, and so therefore he's not a rapist. And I feel as if we talk about this all the time in the stream here, where that doesn't mean anything. Ted Bundy had a wife, okay? He didn't murder her. Lots of monsters. Lots of horrible men who are murderers or rapists or whatever. They don't do that to every single woman that they meet. Yeah, oh, that murderer didn't kill me, so he clearly didn't kill these 20 other women. This guy who's being accused by multiple women of rape, he never touched me. I mean, people said this about, they said it about, like, they say it about every fucking guy in Hollywood who gets accused. You will always have a woman who says this, who comes to their defense by saying, never did it to me. And so, yes, not only does it imply that, and not imply, basically what they're saying is this guy couldn't be a rapist unless he rapes every single woman. But it's, it's saying that the victims are liars, or there's, saying that they put themselves in a position, whatever it is, it's bullshit. And it's not how it works. Like, this is just simply not how it works.
To stay close, stay awake, but more important than any of that,
thank you for the
if you
tier
can,
1.
please stay free.
Stay free. Stay free. Oh my God. Okay, I want to watch this video.
I like to have it off, right? As sort of, thanks. Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's cheer the idea of sex.
Russell Brand built his own brand on being a womanizer. Lewd jokes were at the centre of his act.
What I do is I make absolutely sure that it is a woman, then go for it.
Only this was no joke. Brand is now facing allegations of rape, sexual assault and controlling
Let me change the quality on that.
Behaviour dating back to the height of his fame.
Yeah, also that fucking hair. My God.
After a joint investigation by Channel 4 Dispatches,
the fuck is that hair?
The Times
yeah.
and the Sunday Times, the Met Police today confirmed a woman had contacted them, claiming Brand had sexually assaulted her in 2003. During that period, he was the presenter of Big Brother's Big Mouth. As one of his accusers, known only as Alice, took to the airwaves to claim it.
Yeah, so a new where is it? Met Police, Russell Brand. I had this pulled up. Met Police received report of alleged sexual assault in 2003. The police have received a report of an alleged sexual assault in the wake of media reportings of allegations against Russell Brand. Okay, so again, what will happen here is you will have fucking bozos online going, oh, isn't that convenient? Oh, okay. Here come more allegations. Oh, isn't that interesting, the timing? Yeah, this is how it works. Because victims of sexual assault are cowed into silence. Okay? They do not go public because either they went to the police, they went to, authorities, and nothing happened there, which is usually the case, or actually, not only did nothing happen, but the blame was put onto them, and so they stay silent with allegation, or with what happened to them. And also, like, victims of sexual assault know how society treats them, and how society treats them is that they are not believed. They are not. Their claims are not taken seriously. Because society protects rapists. Our justice system is still so archaic and protects sexual abusers and rapists. And so what will happen is when allegations drop on someone, and this happens every time, most of the times, especially with celebrities, is that someone who has been harboring their own their own experience with this person who's now being accused of this thing goes, oh my God, it's not just me. And a lot of times, yes, it takes time to process what happens to you, especially when you're young. I mean, I think most women understand this experience, or most, I'll say women, or just, really anyone who's been a victim of assault or, sexual misconduct. You know what it's like when something happened to you when you were younger, and then suddenly one day as an adult, you have a flashback to this thing that happened to you. And now as an adult where you can process things better, you just have a better understanding, you realize that what happened to you was wrong. What happened to you was a violation of your body. And it's horrible because what the hell can you do about it? And in so many cases, women and other victims of sexual assault, like they don't do anything. They just live with the understanding of what happened to them. I mean, I've gone through this. I'll be like in the shower and think about something. I'll be like, that was wrong. That was fucked up. I can't believe that, you know, and at the time, you know that, like, you feel that it's wrong, but you don't understand that it is wrong. And then 15 years later, you're like, oh, wow, okay. Yep, that memory just resurfaced. But anyway, so it's why when a big report like the one that just dropped comes out, you have other victims who, you know, have struggled to process what happened to them, have struggled to come forward with what happened to them, feel as if they can now do that because other victims, you know, in the Russell Brand situation, you know, 4 women have come forward and detailed things that happened to them that I'm sure that there are other women who go, that happened to me too. So like there's so many reasons why this happens the way it happens, and those reasons don't include because they're looking for attention. All right. And if you still think that the majority, and by majority, I mean like 99.9% of women, victims of sexual assault who come out and you know, make accusations against a man, have allegations against a man, if you think that they do that for fame, for money, for notoriety, you are insane. You do not understand. You have no understanding of what our culture is like still, even in this year, what our culture is like towards victims of sexual assault. I was at the time shamed by my ex and his friends for being grimy and disgusting, and I chalked it up to me being a hoe. I mean, marital rape was not considered rape until recently. Like, I don't know if people realize that you could rape your spouse and it was not considered rape because you were married. And in places, it's still not. I mean, in the United States, yeah. There are so many places all over the world where marital rape is still totally legal. And even still in places where it's not, where it is considered rape, we know how hard it is to, A, prove that you were sexually assaulted and, you know, be taken seriously, and B, get a conviction from that. And there are so many people who work in the legal system, in the justice system, who honestly still believe that if sexual assault happens between 2 people who know each other, so boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, etc., then it's not really rape because it's not strangers. Rape was charged as a property crime against the husband and father of the woman and girl. For a long time, I didn't realize that it happened to me in relationships. Yeah, because you're told that that's just normal. That's not wrong. That if you're if you know someone, if you're in a relationship with someone, then There is no such thing as having to give consent. There's no such thing as being violated. There's no such thing as being assaulted. Even though you're far more likely to be raped by someone you know. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so there is a fresh allegation that has been reported to the Met Police about Russell Brand. It concerns Russell Brand allegedly sexually assaulting this woman in central London in 2003. In a short statement, a spokesperson for the Metropolitan Police said, "We are aware of reporting by the Sunday Times and Channel 4's dispatches about allegations of sexual offenses. On Sunday, the 17th of September, they received a report of a sexual assault, which was alleged to have taken place in Soho in central London in 2003. Officers are in contact with the woman, will be providing her with the support." You know what's so frustrating, too, is when you hear something like this, and then you find out that, like, the woman tried to make a report. And I don't know. I mean, things are not great now, but in 2003, 20 years ago, the likelihood that that would have been taken seriously, that a rape kit would have been done, that like all of the steps would have been followed. Okay, let's go back to the yes.
At 16, she was collected from school to see Brand.
You believe a BBC car picked you up from school to take you somewhere to meet him?
Do you know what I think is one of the most damning things that I've ever heard is that if you ask like any lawyer, they will tell you that rape is the easiest crime to get away with. Because in no other crime do the victims have to prove that the person they're accusing is guilty. It's very much so aware in just a bottoming out way. It's awful. And all throughout the world, and I tweeted about this, rape is the easiest violent crime to get away with. Like you can pretty much rape somebody, and the likelihood that you will get off scot-free, that you won't even be prosecuted for it, is so high. The burden of proof is on the victim of the crime. Yep. And it is something that we still have not fixed in our legal system and in legal systems throughout the world.
It was back to his house.
Comrade Winston, thank you for the gifted.
Their cars previously that he told me just to tell the driver where to take me.
As she criticised the presenter's denial of any wrongdoing.
I think it's insulting. And it's laughable that he would even imply that this is some kind of mainstream media conspiracy.
That war that you're funding between Ukraine and Russia and participating in is privately believed to be ultimately unwinnable. So why are top brass from the military lying under oath that there is a plan, that it can be won?
A combination of conspiracy theories and a mistrust of news have brought Russell Brand more than 6 million subscribers to his YouTube channel, having once been a household name, offering up left...
Did you guys see Fizzy Dam, thank you for the prime. Did you see Glenn Greenwald, who, my God, I hate this man. I hate that man so much. Glenn Greenwald on Twitter, what he said in response to the allegations, okay? Glenn Greenwald, who's like always said that, you know, he's some, like, well, once upon a time he was a leftist, but he was talking about, and he was denigrating people for saying that Russell Brand has turned to the right and has been espousing right-wing views, and he was mocking all of us and calling us stupid, etc., and posting like all these articles about progressive things that Russell Brand has said and done, and how he was a part of the Labour Party in the UK. He's the absolute worst. I'm like, this is your response to A, the report that has dropped on Russell Brand. You're not going to be addressing any of that. You're just going to be making fun of people for saying that Russell Brand turned to the right. And B, you're saying that even though in the last year, Russell Brand has absolutely been espousing right-wing ideas. What the fuck are you talking about? Glenn Greenwald? I mean, there's really no point in asking that, but...
leaning politics. But in the past decade, Brand has largely disappeared from what he calls the mainstream media to become a voice of alt-right podcasts. It was online that Brand chose to strenuously deny the claims ahead of Saturday's dispatches.
Amidst this litany of astonishing, rather baroque attacks are some very serious allegations that I absolutely refute. Is there another agenda at play? Particularly when we've seen coordinated media attacks before.
But they sort of allow you to behave in a certain way, don't they? I mean,
yes.
You are allowed, you're enabled to
Enabled
behave.
is a good word,
Yeah.
yes. I suppose if you're in a position of some success, people will let you be a nutter as long as they're making money out of it.
Yes.
In the past, Brand had joked that bosses had enabled his behaviour. Now there are serious questions for broadcasters on who knew what and when, as the BBC Channel 4 and a Big Brother production company launched investigations. Today, his former agent reacted to the claims.
Are you surprised with the allegations?
Very surprised. And I can't make a comment about it for legal. You know that.
Did anyone approach you?
Sorry?
Did anyone come to you?
No. I've never had any complaints about it.
As the cancellation of Russell Brand's commitments continue, today the promoters of his UK theatre tour said they were postponing remaining shows after his publisher Bluebird paused all future books with Brand. They said in light of the very serious allegations.
And if you've been affected by any of the issues raised in that report, you can find a range of places to seek help at channel4.com/support. Well, Dorothy Byrne spent more than 15 years as head of news and current affairs at Channel 4. She's currently president of Murray Edwards College, Cambridge. I spoke to her earlier and asked what she's made of what's unfolded since the investigation aired.
I think this is a very important investigation, and I'm very pleased that both Channel 4 and the BBC are now going to look into historical allegations that behaviour of an absolutely unconscionable nature was tolerated. This is definitely the Me Too moment for television, or one of them. I know that many journalists have tried to tell this story over several years, both newspaper journalists and I know the BBC has tried to do it, but they came across the problem that although some women were saying that they had suffered abuse, they said that they felt intimidated. They didn't say that they had been directly intimidated by Russell Brand, but that they felt intimidated and they didn't want to speak.
Now, he obviously denies the allegations, but to what extent do you think he and others have been enabled by the television industry?
I don't know what the circumstances are in the Russell Brand case. What I do know is that historically, terrible behaviour has been tolerated in television. I do think that things...
I will answer that for her. Very much so. Very much so.
...have become much better now, but that it's important that we look back and give voice to women who say that they were assaulted and that people working on the productions they were working on knew about it. I mean, that's terrible.
But, I mean, the truth is about Russell Brand is that, you know, his sexual behaviour was not a secret. You know, he talked about it. It was part of his routine. It was part of his act. And it was part of what television executives were so excited to sign, wasn't it?
I don't think in the case of Russell Brand.
Denim said in a stream that she expects a lot of comedians to make a heel turn to the right. I didn't specifically say comedians, but I tweeted out the exact same thing, where yes, this is part of the new playbook. This is part of the how do I get ahead of very serious allegations that point to me being a rapist, and that is to make it political. Make it political, because there is a large part of this country who will believe that this man being accused of these horrible things is being accused because they are trying to silence him for his truth-telling, for his political views. I mean, Donald Trump has done this shit. You know, like this is Donald Trump 101.
And
he did everything right and they indicted him.
Most people knew
Brain Rain, thank you for the tier 1.
He was actually committing the sorts of acts which he has now been accused of. I think there was a failure to listen to what he actually said. And I have to say, as soon as in the current affairs department at Channel 4, we heard of these serious claims, Channel 4 began to investigate. I left Channel 4 several years ago, and it's only now that investigation has come to fruition. And that tells you something about how difficult it is to tell these stories.
If you're right and this is a Me Too moment for television, then there are going to be other cases and other allegations that come forward. Now, in the Russell Brand allegations, it is being said that people within production were told, but we don't know precisely how high these were escalated. And it may be that the bosses were never told about this. I mean, there's something seriously wrong with the industry, isn't there, if that's the case?
We need to find
out
no shit. Who was told and what they were told and why they did not refer those very serious allegations up. We need this to be investigated. It's the BBC and Channel 4 we're talking about. These are public service broadcasters, and the British public has the right to know.
Do you think internal investigations are good enough? Or do you think the BBC and Channel 4 will end up calling in outsiders, independent outsiders?
I would have thought that they will ultimately be pressurised into bringing outsiders in to investigate. These are very serious allegations, and an internal investigation does not feel like it would be enough.
When you say things have changed substantially since your early days in television, I mean, how sure are you that they have changed that much? I mean, the Russell Brand allegations are not that old.
I know for a fact that abuse still goes on because young women have told me about it. But I do not believe it's as prevalent as it used to be. And a key reason for that is the much greater number of women in senior positions, both in production companies and in broadcasters. And we will simply not put up with behaviour like that.
And just finally, what do you make of his rebuttal that this is the mainstream media ganging up against him because he's taken them on?
Well, that's just nonsense, isn't it?
We investigated ourselves to be not guilty.
From young women, not from the mainstream media. This is a legitimate investigation.
Dorothy Byrne, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, the Conservative MP Caroline Noakes, who chairs the Women and Equalities Committee, is with me here
thank
in
you for the gifted
studio. Dorothy Byrne was saying that she thought that the BBC and Channel 4 would end up being pressured from outside to bring in an independent investigation. Would you join those calls? Is the pressure coming from people like you?
Well, I think that's possible, but also look at what's happened today with the Metropolitan Police now investigating a complaint that has been made to them. I think that's absolutely imperative that the police investigation takes priority. So whilst I think that there are questions for both the BBC and Channel 4 to answer, I think that we really must see a police investigation.
Yeah, so the police absolutely need to investigate this. So it's not just a matter of Russell Brand being hurt in his career, which he'll be fine, because at this point in his career, he's a wellness guru who live streams on places like Rumble and makes YouTube videos and other content. Like, that is what Russell Brand has been doing with his career. And so in the wake of these allegations, he'll be fine. Like, his career will be fine because he's got a lot of people who support him and even more who support him now. And so there needs to be a criminal investigation into what he did, much like with Danny Masterson.
A decision on whether to press charges via the CPS is of paramount importance.
And that will inevitably take precedence over any commercial or independent investigations. But once that process begins, there's an awful lot to get to the bottom of here, isn't there?
Well, there is, and it's an abuse of power, influence and position, or these allegations indicate that that was what was happening, that women were afraid to come forward. Now, my select committee is doing an inquiry at the moment into the music industry, another part of the entertainment industry, where many people are reliant on short-term, insecure contracts, where they're freelancers and potentially vulnerable to exactly this sort of behaviour with nowhere to turn to complain. And I think that's something that really worries me, is that we're talking about people in positions of power and much younger individuals who may be reliant upon them for their future employment, for their job, their income, their rent, let's face it. And so I'm very concerned that the whole industry needs to have a light shone on it so that this sort of misogyny, harassment and abuse can't continue.
But these are industries, I mean, the entertainment industries all put sex symbols on pedestals. You know, it is good to be a sex symbol in music and television and acting and all those things. So, I mean, culturally, doesn't that just...
Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but like, I never thought Russell Brand was a sex symbol. But also, why are we talking about him being a sex symbol? Like, he was a comedian whose whole shtick was being a like disgusting predator, but I don't think he was a sex symbol. Like, I mean this as I never found him personally to be a sex symbol. Is it because he had like the hair and had the bad boy type vibe? I don't know.
Enable abusers?
Culturally, we have a massive problem.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that, yes, maybe he was pushed as a sex symbol, but I always thought it was more that he was an edgy comedian whose brand was being a sex pest.
But there is an enormous difference
British
between
standards.
sex symbols and predators. And we need to be able to make sure that you can have the former, that people can...
Well, do you think you can? That's the point.
Yeah,
do you think it's possible to have a healthy, sexy, behaviour is good kind of thing that doesn't then lead to abuse?
Of course it's possible, and it's about individual...
What is he talking about? Oh, we've gone off the rails. This is like men saying, well, I can't ever ask a woman out now or else she'll think that I'm being a pervert or a creep. Yes. Hello. Aaron Taylor Johnson is a sex symbol. Hello. Like, yes, men can be sexy. Men can be sex symbols, and they should be. And it's not a slippery slope from sex symbol to rapist. What are we talking about here? There is a difference between someone exuding sexiness and being a sex symbol that, like, gets the people going, and then someone being a fucking serial rapist. What are we doing? Like I said, it's the same thing with men being like, oh, I can't hit on women anymore. And men, male and female colleagues where they're like, oh, we can't hire women because it will, they'll think that they're being harassed. Like if we even talk to them at work. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Don't be a creep. Don't be a sexual harasser. And you don't have to worry about that problem. But it makes me think that that's who you are, that you would ever worry about that hypothetical in the first place.
Knowing the difference between yes and no, isn't it?
Yes, but I suppose my point is if you...
Isn't it?
Okay.
Abuse.
Of course it's possible, and it's about individuals knowing the difference between yes and no, isn't it?
She just laid him out with that British bombastic stare. She is fucking pissed. Look at her. And it's about knowing the difference between yes or no, isn't it?
Yes, but I suppose my point is if you have these industries that make people...
Okay, one more time. Sorry.
Sexy, behaviour is good kind of thing that doesn't then lead to abuse.
Of course it's possible, and it's about individuals knowing the difference between yes and no, isn't it?
Got him.
Yes, but I suppose my point is if you have these industries that make people very powerful, if you become a star in the television industry, you've got a lot of clout and a lot of power.
And there are thousands and thousands of individuals in the entertainment industry who are massive sex symbols and have never abused that power, who have known where the line is drawn, who have never sought to exploit younger people in the industry, who have never been accused of sexual assault, of rape, of these abhorrent crimes.
But every time we've had one of these exposés, Savile or whatever it might be, the industries will say, well...
Fuck this guy. Look at her sitting across from him like this motherfucker. God damn. God damn, she just sliced and diced him. With, as cold as the queen's dead body that lays in the earth. She put him out on his ass. Because fuck him for that. What a disgusting conflation. What an absolute total misunderstanding of the difference between someone being sexy and someone being a rapist. Have I not seen his interview with RDJ? No, I have not. I don't really watch British news, so I don't know who this balding man is. And no disrespect to my balding men.
Well, things were very...
I just mean this fucking guy.
...different back then. And then you go on a few years and then something else happens. So how convinced are you that things are very different now? I mean, we heard Dorothy...
He's known to suck. This is one of the bad balds, yes. Yeah, he's a bad bald. Okay, now I know him.
They're saying, well, it's still going on right now.
So Dorothy also said she feels that this is a Me Too moment for television. I sincerely hope...
As a bald, thank you. There are good balds and there are bad balds.
She's right, but we've had them before for television. So look, what I think is imperative is that there's cultural change, that we look at the whole of society. We look at those men who are enabling it to happen, who are not speaking out. We look at what reporting mechanisms there are for employees, for people who find themselves in exactly this sort of situation, not knowing who to turn to, being afraid to report to the police, being terrified that they will be victim shamed and blamed.
Yes.
And television as a whole has an opportunity here. I hope it grasps it.
Do you think we need
Thank
any kind
God
of sort of,
for her.
perhaps not statutory, but standard way?
Thank God for her. She is embarrassing him, as he should be.
To whistleblow and to report bad behaviour. Because at the moment it's pretty dependent on where you work.
And that's what it very much looks like, that it's dependent on the employment practices where you're working, that it is dependent upon you having confidence in them. We'd look at organisations like the Metropolitan Police, wouldn't we, and think that whistleblowing strategies and practices there should be fairly robust, but we still had incidents like the Charing Cross Police Station, people like David Carrick employed there. So look, the reality is that we need to have systems that people can be confident in. There's no point in having the best whistleblowing policy in the world if people are too scared to use it.
Right.
Caroline Notes, thank you very much.
Yes. God, it is so... You can really see the difference between, their two ways of thinking, and the fact that, like, he's a man and she's a woman, and he was saying what he was saying, and she was saying what she was saying, and it's just like, I know it's not all men, man, I know, but it is always a man. Always. And a lot of what I've seen online, a lot of what like he is echoing what a lot of men do say. And not the specific sex symbol thing, but like not getting this. Not getting this. You know what I mean? Where she understands it on a fundamental level. She's like, what are you talking about? Not gonna lie, I think we should abolish you. The UK. I was like, you want to abolish me? UK. We're gonna watch the Daniel Sloss clip. Yeah. Why are there so many people out there trying to work overtime to be contrarians about this subject? Because they think that, I don't know. I think they feel the need to defend themselves by doing so. I think they're, like you see a lot of guys say this. And let me just tell you, okay? If you see a tweet that, especially if it's a woman, like a woman who's tweeting about how frustrating it is to see so many men, supporting Russell Brand, blah, blah, blah. That is not the time. It's not the time for you to come in and be like, well, not this guy. Okay. Not all men. You know what I mean? Like you can support the victims here without trying to defend yourself. Okay. Like that is something where I want men to support victims of sexual assault. I want men to be voicing what women are saying, but please don't do it as a way to be like, but not this guy. Like we know, not that we say not all men, but always a man. And it is something where, you see a range of responses. You get people who are straight up like, don't care, fuck women, to, oh, well, I just don't think that there's enough information now. I think innocent until guilty, to like this fucking dude, the bad British bald here. And it's too much. It's too much. It makes me, like I said yesterday, I was violently angry. We have to support women on their own terms without making it about ourselves. Yes. And like not using that as an opportunity, but I'm a good guy. But I'm one of the good ones. Not all men. Don't. Support women, support victims of sexual assault without having to do that. I think some people try to intellectualize their bigotry, like the guy in the news clip. Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, a lot of guys like this, they think that, oh, everything's just overblown. Like, I really think behind closed doors, this is the type of guy who thinks that, oh my God, the Me Too thing, it's just gotten so out of control. It's so overblown. Like, the type of guy whose inclination when he sees new allegations is to roll his eyes and be like, here we go again. Like, all right, okay. Like the guy who, well, I just do think it's interesting. I just wonder why. No. No, you're not just asking questions, buddy. All right, so let's look at the clip of Daniel Sloss. So it is really, really important for men to publicly speak out against predators, to go on the record. And it so rarely happens. And so Daniel Sloss being like the only male comedian, really one of the only men who has publicly gone on the record about, about Russell Brand is like, it's great to see him do this, but also kind of devastating that he's the only one. Okay, let me find the exact one that I want. Is this the full clip? Is it 2 minutes?
Police officers or courtrooms in the world to deal with the problem, and that's not even taking into consideration.
Okay, wait.
If every single woman who has experience of sexual assault was to go to the police, there are not enough police officers or courtrooms in the world to deal with the problem, and that's not even taking into consideration that the problem goes all the way to the very top. Now, that's not my way of saying you shouldn't go to the police, it's just my way of letting you know how big this fucking problem is. 97% of rapists will not spend a single day in jail. That is a real statistic. That is fucking abhorrent.
Like, there is just something about a man saying the things that women say that I know gets through to men more. And it's why it is really important to have more dudes like Daniel Sloss, especially because he has a platform. I hate to say that that's the truth, but men will listen to men if they won't listen to women. You know, it's a painful truth, but it also is why we need dudes like Daniel Sloss who are saying these things that we've been saying.
So how do we fix that? How does society, how do we fix this? How do we stop this happening? It's all I've been thinking about for the past year, over and over and over again. How do you fix this? How do you stop this? How do you prevent this from happening? And I've got no answers, man. The only thing I can think of is it has to involve us. And by us, I mean men. Now, to the women in the room, I know you know this. None of this is new information to you. You've lived your life, you've got your experiences, and your voices are more important and necessary in this discussion than mine. That being said, I would still like to lend my voice to the discussion. And to the men in the room, I want to make something crystal clear. This isn't an attack. I'm not accusing you of anything. And more importantly, I'm not accusing your friends of anything. I'm just trying to tell you my experience, and this is my experience. I knew this man for 8 years, and he fucking did it. There are monsters amongst us and they look like us. If you are sick of the narrative that is currently going on about men, feel free to change it, but you have to get involved. Don't make the same mistake I did for years, which was just sitting back and be like, well, I'm not part of the problem, therefore I must be part of the solution, because that's just not how this fucking shit works. I believe, and deep down I know that most men are good, or of course we are, but when 1 in 10 men are shit and the other 9 do nothing, they might as well not fucking be there. Being good on the inside counts for absolutely fuck all. You have to actively be good and get involved. Instead of having this fucking hero complex of being like, I'm going to beat up a rapist, fucking prevent one, stop one, because I know it can be done, because I know how I fucking failed at it. Because if I'm being 100% honest with myself, were there signs in my friend's behavior over the years towards women that I ignored? The answer is yes. And then he raped my friend, and that's on me until the day I...
By the way, this is not the part where he's talking about Russell Brand. He's talking about a friend of his who was raped by another friend.
I die. Talk to your fucking boys.
Okay, and then this part. Yeah, it's super sad, but also really necessary for him to be saying these things.
8 years and he fucking did it. There are
Okay, wait. Wait, am I wrong? Is he talking about Russell Brand? I know he's talking about him here.
Or up here. Do you know
No,
him
he's
at all?
not. Okay.
I know heaps about him that are unrepeatable.
Yeah, so just a reminder too that only less than 1% of rape cases end in a conviction. That's another deeply depressing fact.
Oh boy. But not a good man. And it's easier to come to terms with because he was never, ever, ever good at stand-up at any point in his career. So it's, I don't feel like I'm bad-mouthing somebody that went through the trenches like we did.
Uh-huh.
He was somebody that skipped a bunch of levels, became a TV presenter, and went, I'll just be weird. He stole somebody else's act in the UK.
Oh, you hate to hear that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, so I think Daniel Sloss, he was one of the people who went on the documentary that Channel 4 did. Russell Wilson, Jesus Christ, Russell Brand in Plain Sight. I think he spoke in the documentary as one of the few males to do so. Ari, the Russell Brand story, which is horrible top to bottom. I was glad to see Daniel Sloss willing to speak out openly and on the record about his long history of being a creep. More men should be willing to say this stuff aloud and use their name to back it up. So I wanted to go back to this. I wanted to go back to this investigation and get to the bottom. Okay, so Daniel Sloss was... Oh, wait. No, let me start up here. Female comedians have warned for years. For this investigation, journalists were in touch with dozens of comedians who have worked with Brand. A female comedian said that in early 2000s, when they gigged together, Brand chased her around backstage, bit her on the face, despite her making clear she was uncomfortable. Like, bit her on the face, Jesus. Whenever he saw me, he would grab me and bite my face, and it was coupled up with this weird, horrible energy. I said to him, I don't like this, and he still did it so much before he stopped. It was him crossing boundaries. She also witnessed his behavior at parties. He was like the predator. He would show up, and you'd see him scan the room, who he hadn't slept with, who he was going to sleep with. He should never have gotten to Hollywood. His behavior should have stopped that. But he was able to become a Hollywood star and do so well out of it. So like I said, I don't want to hear fucking shit about how any of the institutions are out to get Russell Brand. These are the institutions that kept giving him a career. Daniel Sloss was the only comedian willing to speak on the record and using his real name. He says he first heard rumors about Brand's behavior on the comedy circuit more than 10 years ago. Sloss says that female comedians have set up online groups that they use to warn each other of comedians and others working in the comedy industry who they have had unpleasant experiences with, including predatory behavior. I think that it is pretty... I think when I first found out how many systems like this exist in various industries of women who they have like an underground system to warn other women about particularly bad and predatory men. Sloss says, I know for many, many years that women have been warning each other about Russell. He said, I know there are comedians who have made references and jokes to Russell's alleged crimes and have either been asked or told not to do those jokes anymore. In recent years, Brand has reinvented himself again. He promotes himself as a wellness guru to an estimated 28 million followers across social media, podcasts, and a live festival. But oh yeah, he's being silenced. He's become known for discussing conspiracy theories while offering advice on subjects such as relationship and addiction. In late 2020, Alice was the 16-year-old who, she was 16 at the time in, I think, 2006. She's now happily married. She contacted Brand's literary agent and she said she told his reps what he did to her when she was 16 because she hoped he had changed. She wanted an apology and at the very least for them to know the type of man that they are representing. She says she was told that Brand was away at a wellness retreat, but that she would get a response. Alice eventually did hear back from a lawyer acting for Brand who denied her allegations. It was very aggressive, said very clearly that I was after money and implied that it was almost blackmail what I was doing. She says, I never mentioned money. The lawyer was the only person that's ever mentioned money. She replied to Brand's lawyer, emphasizing that she was sharing the truth and had never asked for money. I have spent too long recovering from these acts to have them dismissed or to be intimidated into invalidating my own experiences, she wrote. To even imply that there's a quantifiable amount that would compensate for sexual assault is frankly insulting. It would take his representatives almost 3 years to say that they believed Alice. After we contacted them last week, Brand was suddenly removed from the website of Curtis Brown and Tavis Stockwood. The latter then said Russell Brand categorically and vehemently denied the allegation made in 2020, but we now believe we were horribly misled by him. Tavis Stockwood has terminated all professional ties to Brand. Yeah, fucking right. I'm sure that the reason that you turned this girl away and said something as awful as having your lawyer go after her and claim she just wanted money is because Russell Brand had misled you. Like, I'm sure he was lying, as he does, but this, this is classic. Like, why would they have gotten rid of him? They don't care. They didn't care until it became too big for them to ignore. Clurb Zero, thank you for the 2 months. Did I miss anybody else? Okay, thank you for that gifted to Good Bald. Okay, what else do I want to cover with this? There is another. Oh, I thought this was. Yeah. So it was revealed that Russell Brand exited Comedy Central's Roast Battle after facing sexual predator claims on camera. So his last major TV job in the UK ended with him being dropped after he was repeatedly accused of being a sexual predator during the recording of the show. He was booked as a judge, and this is like the last time that he's been on TV. He was booked as a judge on Comedy Central's Roast Battle in 2018, but only lasted a single season on the series after he himself was roasted on camera over allegations that he had sexually assaulted women. He strongly denies criminal wrongdoing. 3 sources close to the Falwell 73 production said that Roast Battle judge Catherine Ryan turned the heat on Brand a number of times during filming. Her allegations did not make the final edit. God, I would love to see them, though. The confrontations reveal how speculation about Brand was circulating in the comedy and TV worlds, but that he continued to be employed on primetime series. That's why, like, oh man, it's... Okay. It's like this just makes it so clear that it's not as if all of this stuff is coming out now. Where was all this before? And in the last year, like, this has happened a few times in the last, really recent years, where a celebrity is accused of things. People are like, oh, well, why didn't people say stuff before? It's because no one gave a fuck. Okay? I mean, people gave a fuck, but the people in charge didn't give a fuck. And so it didn't matter. It didn't matter if there were, if there was speculation circulating. It didn't matter if this shit was in the air. It didn't matter what was being whispered, what was being said behind closed and open doors. It didn't matter. So, yeah, it's just something where simply because you're seeing it all happen now and it's all piling on top of each other like a big mountain of allegations, doesn't mean that things have not been said about this person for years. Doesn't mean that people have not been uncomfortable, that people have not felt violated, felt like they didn't want to be around this person, they didn't want to work with this person. It doesn't mean that, like, that there had not been like whispers and, oh yeah, by the way, this guy is a fucking creep. This guy is bad news. It just meant that, like they have forever, institutions like Hollywood, like, BBC, like Comedy Central's Roast Battle, they just have always protected predators. Like they've always protected dudes who they felt the only thing that mattered was their talent. The only thing that mattered was like how popular they were as performers. I honestly don't get how the entertainment industry can believably clutch its pearls anymore. They can't. Yeah, networks protecting their profits first, always. Yeah. I hope during 2017 when Me Too took off, he was sweating every night, worried it would come for him. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, it's ugh. The show appears to be something of a turning point because Brand virtually vanished from UK television screens after 2018, except for an appearance on The Great Celebrity Bake Off. In an appearance on BBC series last year, Ryan revealed that she had confronted her unnamed co-star. In front of loads of people in the format of the show, I said to this person's face that they are a predator. Dude, good for her. Deadline has confirmed with multiple sources that she was referring to Brand and the roast battle. Ryan told Thoreau that she did not name her colleague because it was a litigious minefield, and she had not personally been assaulted by Brand. How fucked up that she's like, I haven't been personally assaulted by this man, and so I need to protect myself legally, but this guy is a fucking predator. One person familiar with the matter said that Brand was absolutely furious at being targeted by Ryan. This person said that other comedians may have also called out Brand, although this has not been confirmed. Two other sources said he demanded that producers protect him from being roasted by his fellow comedians. What a little bitch. Man, there are a lot of creeps who have come out of roast battle. Okay, I think what the unholy trifecta. Oh wait, there's a clip with Bob Geldorf. Okay, so this clip was making the rounds too of Bob Geldorf, who's he's an Irish musician. And I don't know what this is at, but Russell Brand introduced him to the stage as Sir Bobby Gandalf. And at the time, he had been dating Bob Geldorf's 16-year-old daughter, Peaches. Pink from the he was the lead in Pink Floyd's The Wall. Okay, so listen to this.
Russell Brand, what? Thank you.
Ha! Look at Russell Brand's face.
Thank you.
Yeah, he calls him a cunt.
Thank you.
And then this story here, which is just absolutely fucking Will walked by when I was looking at this and he goes, "No, Noel Fielding? Noel Fielding?" I was like, yeah, Noel Fielding. So, Bob Geldorf's two daughters both dated. Before I get into this article, because I want to rip this person apart who wrote this. His daughters, who, you know, both when they were teenage girls, dated Noel Fielding and Russell Brand. Noel Fielding, who was 33, and then Russell Brand, who was in his 30s. So I just want to show you. Okay, so this article is from 2007. I just want to show you the obvious bias that this journalist has in writing about this story that depicts a grown-ass man grooming and dating a 16-year-old girl. The grown-ass man being Noel Fielding, the girl being Pixie Geldorf, who's Bob Geldorf's daughter, okay? Just listen to how it's written, and you can see how for so long the way that journalists have written about disgusting things like a man grooming a young girl has been depicted as like this rock and roll shit, okay? Likely though it is to cause her father, Sir Bob, more sleepless nights, Pixie Geldorf seems to be on her way to becoming just as troublesome as her older sister Peaches. I'm going to stop it right there, okay? Just as troublesome, she's being groomed by a 33-year-old man. Okay, she's being preyed upon by a 33-year-old man. She's not on her way to becoming as troublesome as her sister, who was also not troublesome. They were both preyed upon by 30-something-year-old men, right? Just days after the 16-year-old was pictured looking the worse for wear after a night out with Rod Stewart's daughter, Kimberly. It's like, why are you even talking about these girls, you fucking freak? With Rod Stewart's daughter, Kimberly, and other girlfriends, it now turns out that she is seeing a man more than twice her age. Yeah, that's a problem, but not because of Peaches, or not because of Pixie. The pretty GCSE student. Why is this grown-ass male journalist talking about a 16-year-old and calling her the pretty GCSE student? That's what we call a self-report, folks. The pretty GCSE student was spotted at a private party at the Proud Gallery in Camden, North London on Thursday night, canoodling with bad boy Mighty Boosh comedian Noel Fielding, 33. Again, he's not a bad boy. He's a predator. Okay? But this was like what Russell Brand, this was like the cloak that he wore as well. That he was a bad boy, that he was edgy, that he was provocative. Is this a British reporter? Yes. She was desperate for Noel to turn up, and when he finally did, she couldn't take her eyes off him. Why are you making this sound like he's not a 33-year-old man who's preying on a 16-year-old girl? He has a bit of a reputation, but that's all part of the appeal. She was totally smitten. They were cuddled up in a corner kissing for most of the night. For the 1,000th time, it doesn't matter that the age of consent meant that she was legal. It is still grooming. It is still him being a predator, and it is still fucking gross. All right? It is still fucking disgusting. He has a bit of a reputation, but that's all part of the appeal. Yeah, and in case I didn't mention this, Russell Brand and Noel Fielding were very good friends. I don't know what their status is now, but like they were buddies. Friends say that Pixie has been obsessed with Fielding, who is a close friend of controversial TV presenter Russell Brand, for weeks. She first started talking to him after they met at a party at Maddox nightclub in London last week, following Noel and Russell's gig for the Teenage Cancer Trust at the Royal Albert Hall. Since then, she's been completely infatuated. Yeah. There are some nasty allegations against Fielding, not in terms of like what's been going on with Russell as far as women accusing of rape, but just him behaving disgustingly, being super inappropriate. Obviously, you know, him canoodling up to, and that is the journalist's word, not mine, to Pixie Geldof. It's gross. It's all disgusting, and behavior that was considered to be totally fine, because when you're a bad boy, it's just all part of the appeal. Yeah, I already read the Daily Beast article. I am I feel so tired by this. Yes, Noel Fielding, Russell Brand making rape jokes as if it can't get any worse. Okay, this took me a year to load. I think it was on Russell Brand.
Can I tell you why? Because look where you've put us, okay? You've put the only sexually attractive young lady, well, the only young lady full stop, but she happens to be very attractive as well, on team, near two of the best-known cocksmen in the business. Look, already they're spinning around their chair. So I'm going to insist, as a kind of uncle figure in Lily's life, that she moves over there, because obviously that's a sexless zone of the... And then Lily might go home with her dress still on.
How dare you? We're not rapists.
Why are you wearing a cape if you're not a rapist?
Jack the Ripper cape. He wasn't a rapist, he was just a
serial murderer.
I guess I forgot how much rape was openly joked about this way in the early 2000s. Like, I just, I don't know. Wow. This is such a perfect word. How grim. How grim.
By the way, you're taking the higher moral ground of, no, I'm dressed as a serial murderer, not a rapist.
There is no direct corollary between capes and rape. It's just a rhyme. Leave him alone. What if...
Maybe this wasn't even the early 2000s. This seems like it was not that long ago. This seems like it was, like, maybe actually 5 years ago.
Horror of horrors, he ain't even done a rape. You could ruin his reputation. Have you done a rape?
Well, if I have, I'll be leaving the scene of the crime like this.
Like, oh man. Good night, Josh. You know, it's also very telling when you look back on stuff like this and you look at the woman's face. So in this instance, this is Lily Allen. But I've noticed this a lot. Like, you look at an old late night show appearance, you look at an interview, whatever it is, where it's just boys being boys, you know, boys making silly boy jokes, and there's usually one woman, right? Maybe it's a co-star, maybe she's whatever. And you can just see the discomfort. And for me, as an adult woman now, I know exactly how this feels. I know how this feels to be sitting there as dudes are saying shit, as they're just joking around, and knowing that, like, you can't do anything, or else you'll be seen as a bitch, or a sourpuss, or no sense of humor, or, you know, whatever, a shrew, like, whatever word to describe you for having a reaction to men behaving this way.
Then Lily might go home with her dress still on.
How dare you? We're not rapists.
Anyway, Yeah. I feel like the culture back then was to have women not rock. Yeah, I mean, it was not a culture to be calling things out and to feel as if you would be supported in doing so, right? Like, if that were to happen today and Lily Allen would be like, what the fuck? Like, what do what is this shit? Oh, she would have so much support. People on Twitter, Queen, whatever. She would just be in a position to be able to do something like that versus, like all this shit we see early 2000s, 2010s, and that was just not the case. Twas not the case. Okay. Well, I think I've covered that enough for now. There's so many clips and articles, and there's the whole last 90-minute documentary. But I think that's enough for today. And I think we should feel angry about Russell Brand. And we should feel angry not just because of what he did to these women, but how these establishments gave him power. These establishments that he's railing against right now, that he is blaming for these allegations, that he is saying are trying to take him out. These very establishments and institutions that continued to enable this clear misogynist and predator. And when he burned out on one, he just went to the next. Thank you for covering it. It's a lot. It's so much. I know. But it's important. It's important to cover this. I feel very tired from all this. Calm like a Tom. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 10. Well, that was exhausting. Yes. That's why there's just some days that I'm like, oh, I want to cover this, but I don't, because it is exhausting and it's a lot to try, and it's really hard to try to effectively convey what I'm trying to say, knowing that I'm going to have to deal with people coming in and being annoying and difficult. I don't actually think chat was that bad. You know what I mean? Maybe I just missed it, but I don't think they were as bad as I kind of anticipated. Just randoms coming in and being like, yeah, fuck yeah, Russell Brand. Yeah, fuck you. Only 5. Oh, okay. I only saw like 2 people get banned, but anyway. That was not that, still not as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah, it's it's especially hard doing this at night. Like, I really think in the morning it's easier to talk about this stuff just because the day is starting. I don't know. It's just morning is easier to cover news. But anyway, all right. Let's I'm gonna talk about Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher next. Pan Poster, thank you for the 2 months. I don't think he had too many fans. I think just what I was seeing online, how many people were defending Russell Brand, it felt scary. it felt like, oh boy, this is going to be particularly a bad one to discuss. Versus like with Danny Masterson, you know, I think the association with Scientology, I think they're not being the political element involved. There was not as much pushback with that. It also wasn't as big as the Russell Brand thing has been. I mean, it was big because Danny Masterson got sentenced to jail or prison for 30 plus years, and we know that never happens, but it didn't feel as if what I was seeing online was, you know, split between people who were like, Russell Brand is a monster, and then people who were saying, yeah, but it's interesting that all this is being dropped now, given what Russell Brand has been saying. Twitter's not real life, that's true, but there's crossover between like what I come in expecting to happen on Twitch with what's happening on Twitter. You know what I mean? Like, Twitch isn't real life either, as far as looking at, you know, the people who are on Twitch saying things versus, you know, similarly to like on Twitter, we say Twitter's not real life. But whenever I see a response to something on Twitter, I get nervous. Not nervous. I just get a little hesitant thinking, oh boy, this is going to be a big pain in the ass to talk about on Twitch. I get a little concerned, yes. I think I saw a lot less support for Danny than Russell Brand online. Absolutely. Okay. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then we will discuss Drew. Twitter also pushes the worst people top. That is true, yes. Oh, me old bones. Thank you for the gifted, Anon. Just want to say, too, it is not lost on me that, you know, there were 2,000 of you hanging out in here listening to this entire conversation. And I know it's really heavy stuff. I know it's not exactly, like, entertaining and fun. But this is an amazing community. You wanted the context, you'll always get the context, that's for sure. But this is an amazing community, and I really appreciate you guys. It's reality, but it is heavy. I mean, you know, the subjects that we were talking about, absolutely. It's just unfortunate that it is the reality, and it's something that happens often. And especially now, with the way that the way that things have been changing, which is good, but more, it feels like more people are being exposed as predators, as monsters, you know? So, yeah. Thanks for being here to help process this garbage, you know? That's what I'm here for. Feels like things are moving forwards and backwards at the same time. I know it does. I think people change all the time. No, they don't. I think people are always growing. We're always growing and changing. No, I actually think that people don't change. I think I think they're changing all the time. All the time. No, that's actually I don't think people ever change. Like one of my favorite parts from Bridesmaids. When they're just going back and forth. Yeah, I think people are always growing and changing. Yeah, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think people change at all. You cover it in a very organized and gentle way, if that makes sense. Yes. And I'm glad to hear that. Because live streaming is really hard. It's really hard. It's really hard to concisely cover something, especially because I still feel like my setup with trying to have my fucking window capture and make sure I have this pulled up and that this is playing and that my PC is, you know, so slow. It's so slow. So dealing with all those things and then talking about a big story at length. Because if I'm being honest, I have recently tried to also spend less time throughout the day consuming every single bit of information I can and like perfectly putting it all together. And so I am winging it a little bit more. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna bookmark that, but I'm not gonna, like, I did read the article, but I'm not gonna have it all perfectly presented in this, you know, PowerPoint presentation of information and have like my talking points written out and whatnot. So it's hard. It's hard to do it. And my thought is always just, I hope this is making sense. I hope people are getting what I'm trying to say. I hope that if they didn't know about these things, I'm effectively conveying the information and effectively, you know, giving my takes, laying out the points that I'm trying to make. So, anyway. Learn so much from your streams. Well, that's good. That's good. We'll do more and more on the fly. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. Like today, for instance, I was sitting there and it was 4 o'clock and I went, I really need to go to a Pilates class, but I also wanted, I didn't feel prepared for stream. I didn't feel like totally ready. I felt very scattered, but I made the decision to go to Pilates. I was like, it's really, really important that I take care of my physical health, that I don't neglect it. Just because I have perfectionist tendencies and don't like to feel not 100% prepared for something. Yes, and I'm glad I did that. All right, so we're going to cover this. Bullying works. Bullying fucking works. So, I obviously covered Drew Barrymore last week. All of the scabbing that was going on and the fact that she still had time to stop, because today was supposed to be the premiere of the Drew Barrymore show. And there was an enormous backlash to her going forward with the show, and then her releasing a video and then another video and a statement and just continuing to dig that hole deeper. And so finally, she heard the criticism for reals. And I honestly, here's what I'm going to say. I don't give a shit what her decision, like what made her decide not to do the show at the end of the day. The fact is that she decided not to do it. And that is what is important here. So Drew Barrymore reversed the decision yesterday. And after she reversed the decision, The Talk, which is Jennifer Hudson's show, also reversed their decision. See how this shit works as a domino? Drew Barrymore said that she's coming back. And then The Talk was like, oh, we're going to come back too. And then Bill Maher was like, oh yeah, I'm going to come back too. And then Drew Barrymore dropped. The Talk dropped. Bill Maher has dropped as well. Bill Maher has decided not to go forward. And so, listen, do I think that somebody like Bill Maher in particular decided not to go forward with his show because he wanted to stand in hashtag solidarity? No, I don't. Do I think that Drew Barrymore decided not to go forward with the show either because of hashtag solidarity? Not really. But also, I don't think that that is what we should focus on. What we should focus on is that we did it. We got these people, we got these famous celebrities who were going to, who were scabbing, who were going to move forward with premiering their shows during a strike. We got them to stop. The motives are immaterial. What matters is the result. Absolutely. And I think it's important for us to focus on the result and not on, well, they should have done this before, or they never should have done this in the first place. Or, yeah, well, she's probably only doing this because she knew that it would hurt her, it was hurting her reputation. It was going to hurt her career in the long run. Like, I know, I understand, but that is not what matters here. And we have to be able to, as a society, we have to be able to, like, praise these people and say, yay, thank you for not scabbing. Thank you for standing in solidarity. Like, bullshit, whatever. Just, yay, Drew Barrymore being in solidarity. Because then otherwise, what are we doing here, right? It's like somebody who fucks up and apologizes. And I understand that the inclination is to still point the finger of point the finger of Lady Justice and be like, well, you fucked up. You said a terrible thing. It's like, yes, we already have acknowledged that. We've already called them out for that. So if this person is willing to apologize and, like, actually show that through their actions, then we have to accept that. And I know it's hard to praise her. I totally get it. But do you know what I'm saying? Where if I were to respond to this, if people were to look at the Drew Barrymore news and be like, oh, well, I bet she's only doing it because her lawyers told her to. I bet she's only doing it because her celebrity friends called her out. Sure, that's probably true. Like I said, I don't think that Drew is doing this in hashtag solidarity, or else it wouldn't have gotten to this point. And especially with Bill Maher, he is definitely not doing it for hashtag solidarity. But it's not helpful. It's not helpful for our cause to focus on those things. Yes, stop. The point was that we needed to get them to not scab. And we accomplished that. You know? Now, when I talk about, like, the, you know, people apologizing when they fuck up, I don't mean YouTubers and celebs who fuck up all the time and then just use the apology as just part of their shtick now. You know what I'm talking about, where, yeah, like, somebody gets called out for something and then apologizes and, like, actually meaningfully tries to amend for that. And we have no, there's, like, no room for them to be able to do so, even though that's what we're asking for. So, my take on this, at first when I saw this, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, there's no way Drew is doing that out of the goodness of her heart. But I was like, there's no point to me saying that because, one, you don't want to discourage other people from making the right decision if they have fucked up. And I just mean this in general. If someone is fucked up and you're trying to lead them onto this path, why would they go onto that path if then they're still going to be chastised? If it's still not going to be enough for people? It's like, okay, you wanted me to do this. I did that. I listened, and it's still not enough. So that was my thinking there. This is my ultimate take on it. And it doesn't mean like me praising Drew. I'm reserving that more so for Drew Barrymore. Okay, I don't need to say nice things about Bill Maher, but yes, I get it. Never should have scabbed in the first place, of course. But I'm not going to make the focus on this news about the fact that she never should have scabbed in the first place. Like, we've said that. We have used so much oxygen in saying those things. And so it's important instead that we go, yay, solidarity is important. Glad to see Drew Barrymore standing on the right side of history. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I'll praise her when she gives a big check to the Writers' Fund. Totally. It would be really nice to see her write a check to the Entertainment Community Fund. But for now, when I mean by praise, I mean saying stuff like, happy to see that Drew Barrymore is standing on the right side of history. Glad to see that Drew Barrymore has decided not to go forward with her show. I don't mean like, Drew's an amazing person, blah, blah, blah. After you pick a scab, it's important to stop picking it so the wound can heal again. So here's what she wrote on Instagram. So Friday night, she deleted the tear-filled video she put out, and on Sunday morning, she released a statement changing course. She wrote, I have listened to everyone, and I am making the decision to pause the show's premiere until the strike is over. I have no words to express my deepest apologies to anyone I have hurt, and of course to our incredible team who works on the show and has made it what it is today. We really tried to find our way forward, and I truly hope for a resolution for the entire industry soon. Yeah. How does Will feel about the show getting delayed? I have not talked to him about it. Prayers for Will. I don't know if he knows. I flip-flop with apologies because I'm cynical, but yes, there definitely needs to be room for... Listen, I'm the exact same way. Like, the first person's tweet that I saw was Adam Conover, and he... As I was sitting there kind of being like, oh, okay, yeah. Drew has decided not to go forward with the show. Well, I'm like, yeah, but that's what we were asking for. That's what we wanted. And so Adam tweeted this. Thank you so much to Drew Barrymore for your solidarity and for standing with writers. I was like, yes, that is all that needs to be said right here is like, thank you for standing with the writers. And so I saw that tweet. I was like, yeah, that's true. I don't need to make a tweet about how Drew never should have scabbed, or that she only did this, you know, who's to say she did it for real solidarity. I was like, this is not important. It is not important for me to make the obvious when what we were, you know, the outcome that we wanted is that she didn't go forward with her show, and she didn't. In a statement on Sunday, CBS Media said it supported her latest decision and understood how complex and difficult this process has been for her. Like, yeah, it's very, you know, okay. Although Barrymore was not the only daytime talk show host to announce a return during the strikes, she has received the most criticism, perhaps in part because in May she decided to bow out of hosting the MTV Movie and TV Awards in solidarity with Writers Guild members. Bill Maher also decided to hold off on Real Time. And here's what he said. My decision to return to work was made when it seemed that nothing was happening and there was no end in sight to this strike. Now that both sides have agreed to go back to the negotiating table, I'm going to delay the return of Real Time for now and hope they can finally get this done. I hate Bill Maher. I do not hate Drew Barrymore. And this response was so Bill Maher. Like, oh, your decision to return to work was when it seemed like nothing was happening. There's no end in sight. Yes, because we are in the middle of a fucking strike, okay? But rather than harp on it, rather than make that point, the important part is that his show is not returning, and hopefully ever. The ideal would be if Real Time never returned, even after the strikes are done. But at least it's not coming back during the strikes. And this is why I say that, like, what Drew did when she announced her show was coming back was so much more, it was worse than it just being her show deciding to come back, because these things work as a domino effect. And when one show decides to come back, other shows look at that and go, oh, I'm going to come back too. And that is exactly what happened. But on the reverse, Drew deciding not to premiere the show anymore meant that it put these other talk shows even more under the gun, and they have also decided not to come back. Yeah, I don't know how to explain this, but like, I'm not giving Bill Maher the pass. I just mean I'm not going to expel energy on Twitter, online, being like, fuck you, you never should have done this in the first place. Like, what do you mean your decision to return to work was made when it seemed nothing was happening, there was no end in strike? No. It's a battle that has been won. I'll expel extra energy on your, but yeah. Especially for me being a member of these unions and talking about this stuff on Twitter and on Twitch. I'm like, the battle was won. Okay. There is no need to keep fighting about this. There's no need to keep, putting out the tweets and the statements, because we won the battle. All right, so I also have to amend something. Somebody... Adam Simple, thank you, like a quick email. Exactly. Adam being like, thank you so much for your solidarity and for standing with writers. Perfect. I have to amend something because someone last week, I think it was, asked me about Dancing with the Stars. And they said, is it scabbing for people to appear on Dancing with the Stars? And I said no. But I didn't know that Dancing with the Stars is a WGA covered show. I just simply did not know that fact. The writers are on strike. They cannot make the show without scab writing. So it's the same situation where, like, Jason Mraz, Mr. Fedora, is supposed to be on this new season. He's not scabbing per the SAG-AFTRA contract, but he would be he would be crossing the picket line because it is a WGA covered show. Dancing with the Scabs, yes. So there are a lot of writers who have been tweeting at celebrities who are supposed to appear on this new season, or I guess maybe the season, maybe the show's already, maybe it's already premiering, but it is a WGA covered show. They are using scab writing because the writers are on strike. Anybody appearing on Dancing with the Stars will be emboldening the AMPTP to refuse to make deals while they wait to see if scab writing works. So, yeah, I didn't know that, but apparently you can look up here, directories.wga.org, and that will tell you any show that is covered by a WGA contract. Don't blame the stars. This is a confusing situation where appearing on this show's okay with SAG and not with WGA. The producers probably told them they can do this without breaking any rules. Yeah. That's true. I mean, that's the same thing with The View, where, I mean, absolutely blame the stars of that show. Absolutely. But I mean that people are confused because they'll hear that, oh, no. This is totally in line with SAG-AFTRA. It's not scabbing. It's fine. But it's not in line with the WGA, and so it is still scabbing. And so even if somebody like Whoopi Goldberg goes, no. This is not crossing a picket line. We are not covered under the SAG-AFTRA TV and film contract, so it's totally fine. But you're forgetting about this other fucking strike. So anyway, that is an amendment that I needed to make because I was wrong about that. Okay. Next story. Let's see. We talked about, do I want to say anything else about that? Online bullying works. No point in trying to continue fighting the battle when we already won. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's good. It's good that these shows aren't going to hurt the strikes. It's good. Just got to focus on that. And also as far as the strikes go, the WGA, as far as the WGA strike goes, the WGA is meeting with the AMPTP on Wednesday. Apparently, they're going back to the negotiating table. We shall see. That's always the answer there. The email that I got just said, "Stay tuned." We are going back on Wednesday to negotiate, and we will update you when we can. Do you hope something good might happen? I don't really, I mean, I hope, but I don't expect. I think that's the difference. Of course, I hope something good will happen, but I don't expect for the strike to come to an end. Because this has just happened too many times now, and I don't trust the AMPTP. And unless they've suddenly had a huge change of mind, then I don't see... I don't know. Who knows? Okay, let's talk about Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard of I almost said Sound of Music. Tim Ballard of Sound of Freedom. And how shockingly the Church of Latter-day Saints has condemned him. Which, one, I guess I didn't know he was in the LDS. And two, I didn't know that the church did that, given that they're the Church of Latter-day Saints. This is not something that they do. Yeah, no. This is a rare W for the LDS. Oh, yes. I was like, this is a rare W for the LDS. Okay, so.
All right, here's the famous.
Let me pull up the story here. All right. So, this guy sucks. I also, when I first saw this, I thought it said libtard. But it says libertad. But I thought it literally said libtard. So there is a sexual misconduct investigation into Tim Ballard because there have been multiple claims of sexual misconduct involving 7 women. So Tim Ballard, who is the subject of the movie, Good Night Positive 2F, who's the subject of the movie Sound of Freedom, starring Jim Caviezel. Famous actor Jim Caviezel, who has used the press tour to peddle QAnon conspiracies. Tim Ballard, who founded Operation Underground Railroad and, said that he's been out here saving the kids from being trafficked, and then had a movie made about him. He exited Operation Underground Railroad earlier this year following this investigation. So sources familiar with the situation said that the self-styled anti-slavery activist, that's what he calls himself, an anti-slavery activist, who appears to be preparing for a Senate run. Why? Because some people liked his movie? Anyway, he invited women to act as his wife on undercover overseas missions ostensibly aimed at rescuing victims of sex trafficking. He would then allegedly coerce these women into sharing a bed or showering together, claiming that it was necessary to fool traffickers. This fucking guy thought that this guy was acting like he had to go method in order to trick sex traffickers? No. Ballard, who was played by Jim Caviezel in the hit film Sound of Freedom, is said to have sent at least one woman a photo of himself in his underwear, festooned with fake tattoos, and to have asked another how far she was willing to go, in the words of a source, to save children. Also, hit film. These sources requested anonymity because they fear retaliation. How far are you willing to go to save children? He's the worst. The total number of women involved is believed to be higher than 7, as that would only account for employees, not contractors or volunteers. One source close to which is Operation Underground Railroad, has detailed knowledge of Ballard making sexual advances to a volunteer using methods similar to those he allegedly used with our employees. Those methods are also consistent with his conduct towards another former volunteer who spoke to Vice News. So he was just a creep to, like, everyone. Okay. So basically, if you were a woman, Tim Ballard was trying to force you to go method on saving children from sex trafficking, which included things like sharing a bed and showering together because you were pretending to be his wife on undercover overseas missions. Oh. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. I can hear Farley. He's whimpering in his sleep. He's having a nightmare. Sorry, he must have been having a nightmare about all the children who haven't been saved because these women refused to shower with Tim Ballard since they were not willing to go far enough to save the kids. In response to a detailed request for comment, a spokesperson for Operation Underground Railroad told Vice News, Tim resigned from R on June 22nd, 2023. He's permanently separated from R. R is dedicated to combating sexual abuse and does not tolerate sexual harassment or discrimination by anyone in its organization. Man, this is the second time now in recent times that someone, a public figure who founded an anti-sex trafficking organization, has had to step down because of their actions as it relates to, in Tim's case, being a disgusting sexual harasser, or in Ashton Kutcher's case, supporting a rapist. It's not looking good. Not looking good for these types of orgs. The information from the sources with direct knowledge corroborates an anonymous letter that's been circulating in the Utah philanthropic community for the past several months, which accuses Ballard of sexual harassment. Several weeks ago, an R employee who accompanied Tim on an undercover operation filed a sexual harassment complaint against him with R's HR department. This resulted in an extensive internal investigation into Tim and his individual operational tactics and led to more women speaking up as part of the investigation process. It was ultimately revealed through disturbingly specific and parallel accounts that Tim has been deceitfully and extensively grooming and manipulating multiple women for the past few years, with the ultimate intent of coercing them to participate in sexual acts with him under the premise of going where it takes and doing whatever it takes to save a child. I mean, how can you argue with that? Gotta do what you gotta do to save the children. The letter further said that R's board and lawyers had made agreements preventing execs from discussing the circumstances of his exit from the org that he founded, making it virtually impossible for them to defend the organization against his false narratives. Okay, what else? Ballard, an ally of Donald Trump, he held an appointed post on a public-private anti-trafficking council in the Trump administration. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. And recently hosted the former president on his podcast, has said he's seriously considering a run for the Senate seat set to be vacated by Mitt Romney. Speculation in the LDS community indicates that he's planning to announce his bid on October 10th. Last week, a spokesperson for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints issued a statement to Vice News that contained a pointed rebuke of Ballard. The statement accused Ballard of inappropriately using the name of a church elder. Oh, no, you don't do that. The two are not related despite sharing a last name. For Tim Ballard's personal advantage and activity regarded as morally unacceptable. Just hit piece after hit piece, what is all this? This is a conspiracy, and I see what you're cooking up there. You're right. Hit piece after hit piece. Oh, it reeks. It reeks of a conspiracy against men. The church did not specify in its statement what activity it regarded as morally unacceptable. I honestly, this really is shocking because the church does not get involved. The Church of Latter-day Saints stays quiet because it's better for them to do so.
Founder of Operation Undercover Railroad and the inspiration for the movie Sound of Freedom. But now he's being rebuked by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Church officials are saying that Tim Ballard used the names of high-ranking leaders to advance his own personal and financial interests. 2 News' Paul Nelson live near the church headquarters with more tonight. And Paul, which leaders are being named?
Well, according to Vice, Tim Ballard claims he was in constant communication with acting president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, M. Russell Ballard. Those two men are not related. Now, the church did release a statement saying that those two men did have a friendship, but that friendship is in the past. According to the Vice article, Tim Ballard claimed Elder Ballard played a central role in Operation Underground Railroad. The article states Ballard also claimed the acting president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles was partnering with him on other ventures, like groups named Slave Stealers and Liberty 89. The supposed goal of those
Oh, it sounds like the church is more upset about the identity theft than the sex camp. Yes. Listen, it's the LDS, okay? They're like all about their men having multiple wives. No, they don't care about the sex scandals. They care about, and like the harassment and grooming. They care about him using the name of someone who's a higher up in the LDS, using for his personal advantage and gain. That's the same word, personal advantage. Kira types a lot. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you.
Organizations was to use the popularity raised through the rescue missions to sway people toward the LDS faith. The article states he left OUR earlier this year following an internal investigation into employee complaints about his conduct at virtually the same moment that Sound of Freedom, a fictionalized version of his purported child rescuing exploits, became a surprise box office hit. Ballard is the central character of the movie Sound of Freedom, which depicted the rescue of a little girl away from child traffickers. However, church officials released this statement about Elder Ballard's connection to the OUR founder, saying, in part, quote, "The nature of that relationship was always in support of vulnerable children being abused, trafficked, and otherwise neglected. Once it became clear Tim Ballard had betrayed their friendship through the unauthorized use of President Ballard's name for Tim Ballard's personal advantage and activity regarded as morally unacceptable, President Ballard withdrew his association. President Ballard never authorized his name or the name of the church to be used for Tim's personal or financial interest."
It is very funny that they have the same last name, but they're not related.
End quote. The statement also says the church never endorsed, supported, or represented OUR, Tim Ballard, or any projects associated with them. However, in 2015, the church published an article about Ballard, saying his faith in Jesus Christ was the reason he founded Operation Underground Railroad. Now, Vice also reported on the investigation being done into Tim Ballard by the Davis County Attorney's Office. We reached out to Davis County Attorney Troy Rawlings, who told us he was not available for a dialogue at this time. You can read the church's full statement on our website, KUTV.com. Reporting live, Paul Nelson, KUTV 2 News.
Okay, wait, there was one other video I wanted to watch. Tim Ballard, LDS. Think isn't Tim Ballard married too? Am I Yeah, he's married with kids. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So it makes it's even a worse look for him that he was doing these things even though he's married and is supposed to be like some Christian dude. A godly man. Excuse me. He's part of the LDS. A godly man.
True. Nothing here is true. Leo.
Why is he giving his press conference like this? Why is he standing outside a random memorial with a scattering of people? And he's like, nothing is true. None of this is true.
close am I to President Emerson Ballard?
Very close.
Wait, I didn't stage this. How do you know this?
I know this because a few years ago, Tim brought President Ballard here. I gave him this.
He came to me in, I don't know, 2012?
What is going on? The Four Seasons landscape was booked.
And he told me that he appreciates all the things I'm doing and he wants to help me do it. Never in my life. Never have I used his name.
Okay, so it seems like he's talking to other Mormons, I think.
To raise money. To make some business deal. What business deal? I don't have business. It's never happened. But all the press in Utah is claiming that some church representative is saying that I can't get confirmation whether it's true or not true, if it was authorized or not. I don't know.
I just don't understand. Did he text people and be like 3 o'clock, meet outside this statue? I'll tell you the truth. What? This is so weird.
So this is breaking up my family like you can't believe. My children are being harassed right now because everybody believes that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that I've defended for how many years? I've written how many books? Made how much money for Deseret book on my hypothesis books? That's some books. And nobody can tell me. Guess what? Latter-day Saints. His name. Experience. It was plain.
Bro, this is 10 minutes. 10 minutes of him just standing here like
The press that I was going to run for you.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Do you think it's a coincidence? 3 days later, you know Vice magazine? Vice? Do you think the church would make a statement to Vice? I can't imagine. Vice magazine has done anti-Mormon stories that you can't believe. Vice magazine has promoted the concept that pedophiles should be called minor attracted persons.
What?
Normalize it. Vice magazine has done more hit pieces on the church than maybe any other.
Wait, that pedophiles should be called minor? Wait, what? You can't believe he really is sounding like his buddy Trump.
I can't imagine.
Wait, I have to go back.
On the church to normalize it. Be called minor attracted persons.
Minor attractive persons.
Vice magazine has
bro is saying words.
More hit pieces on the church than maybe any other. I can't imagine that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints would make us.
It's a common conservative conspiracy theory that comes from a 4chan op. Minor attractive persons. Okay, I'm taking this off the screen right now. Minor attractive persons. Okay, so now I'm on a list. Oh no. Okay, so they are saying the deep conspiracy theory here is they're saying that liberals, Vice magazine, Democrats, LGBTQ people, etc., are saying that pedophiles are simply minor attracted people. They are people who are attracted to minors. The 4chan meme painting gay people as pedophiles. Right. And they're saying that, like I said, LGBTQ, Democrats, Vice magazine, Joe Biden, you name it, are wanting to protect pedophiles by saying that they're not pedophiles. It's just that they are attracted to minors. They are minor attracted persons. Okay. Now I understand, and I'm probably going to be arrested.
Statement to a tabloid. I can't imagine. I mean, I can't confirm it. But I can tell you this, that never, ever have I utilized...
Do you think that 4chan people ever thought that their crazy shit would become mainstream? Would become like just normal? Yeah, normal conservative talking points. Do you think that they're sitting there like, damn? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that that was what they hoped. I'm sure they thought that would be the point, but like, it must be wild to be looking around and going, wow. I don't mean like, do you think they thought as in they thought what they were saying was crazy shit? I mean more so that they didn't expect everyone else to finally believe it because everyone's so brainwashed. Right, like they think that they're the small minority of normal people who know what's going on.
My friendship with President M. Russell Ballard to raise money.
1 year.
Anyway,
Let's go.
The name of President M. Russell Ballard?
False prophet, thank you for the year.
Money. I keep it as quiet as I can. The truth is, he was the one who revealed our relationship in a speech.
Bro is just...
It would hurt me more than it would help me. I don't want to be attached to some religious denomination. That's not gonna
He's so red-faced. He's so ruddy and red-faced and just, oh!
My wife has lived a life of a widow.
I can hear this dude's red meat and high-induced high. Yes. His blood pressure is spiking. He's crying now. He's crying.
Our efforts have rescued over 7,000 women and children.
Okay, he's talking about how many kids they've saved.
That rescued over...
I'm just imagining this dude saying to a woman, you obviously don't care about saving the kids unless you shower with me. Do you want to save the children? Do you care about saving kids? Okay, well, I need you to, you have to pretend to be my wife.
How is it possible? I pray to God the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints wasn't part of this. I don't know yet. I don't know. I can tell you this much. My stake president knew nothing about it. My bishop knew nothing about it. I'm trending, and please, don't take this the wrong way, but The Sound of Freedom is the #1 movie in Latin America. It's the #1 movie. In the United States, July 4th.
Wait, what? It's the #1 movie in the United States? Bitch.
Welcome to democracy.
Hello, Barbie? I like that it cuts out there too. It's the #1 movie in the United States on July 4th. Cutting out. He said it's the #1 movie in the United States on July 4th. And then the video just cuts. Also, I haven't looked up the stats, but there's no way it's the #1 movie in Latin America. I'm sorry. I just don't believe that. I don't. Okay, so I totally forgot about this until now. But speaking of Jesus Christ, it's time to watch our cameo. And I have to figure out how I can control. It's time to watch the cameo that I got for the Quantourage. And I hope you enjoy. And yes, this is the #1 movie on September 18th.
The Quantourage. Hi there. It's me, everybody's favorite Lord and Savior, Jesus. And I just would like to take a quick little break from my very busy schedule of, like miracles and, of course, other really important Jesus duties up here in heaven so that I could personally have some divine intervention with all of you. Or should I call you the soulless Satanists? Because, I've been watching. I mean, not like in a weird, creepy way or anything like that. Just, like in a Jesus way. And I just gotta say, I'm really disappointed. Yes, disappointed in all of you very much. You have broken my holy heart, and it really pains me to see you, go astray.
Yep.
From the path of light and righteousness, which is, of course, me, the #1 Son, Jesus Christ. And, I just am here to say that there is still a chance for redemption. So, yeah.
There
great,
is.
Huh? But seriously, we need to have real talk, okay? Because, listen, if you keep going the way that you're going, you're gonna have to find somewhere else to go when you die.
Woo!
Because we've got some kind of rules up here in heaven, and unfortunately, I'm a bit of a stickler for those rules. So, yeah, and let me tell you, the other option, it's not that great. In fact, I'll just tell you right now, they let anybody in. And I mean, like, anybody. So you can imagine, it's a little bit crazy down there. And stuffy, because if it weren't for the fact that they just don't even have AC, there's a whole bunch of fire and brimstone, and boy, they don't put enough emphasis on the brimstone part of that. It's a lot, like a ton. Yeah, and it's forever. So, yeah. And they don't even have Wi-Fi, so...
Oh, no!
Good luck, okay? Well, listen, I have faith you will all do the right thing and come back, to the light side. Because otherwise, it's... We won't go there. But anyways, listen, one last thing.
Thank you, Vorlo, for the raid.
I am fully aware that some of you have been engaging in judging. And I do not appreciate that, okay? Seriously, I got thick skin. I do have some piercings, but, I don't appreciate it. So, I'll just say that. All right, now listen, gotta go, because seriously, I'm, so busy up here. And unfortunately, these mansions aren't just gonna build themselves. So, stay blessed and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Amen.
There it is. You heard the man. Do not judge. Nobody snitched. He's watching. He's watching. I didn't put in any of those details. Okay, I simply reached out and I said, I need you to talk to my community. I didn't mention judging. I didn't mention that y'all are soulless Satanists. He knew. He knew. But anyway, there you go. That is